Good morning, Vietnam! Welcome, Chan Nation crew, back to another episode of Movies, Monsters, and Music. With me is my beautiful and confident friend, Slug. Introduce yourself again.
What's up? My name is Slug. I play bass for People Are Strange, and I'm the co-host of this podcast.
And the actual host of this podcast is me, Chandler Allen Berry. Willow. That's Willow. She is working the computer, as she always does. She's our oracle. This was Batman.
I need my computer for this one for today, folks.
Yeah, this is going to be a hefty episode. Hefty. All right, let's get to discourse correction.
So, last episode, we had a miscommunication about the movie Nightcrawler. When I asked Chandler if it was X-Men, I'm aware that in X-Men, Nightcrawler's a character. I thought that movie with Jake Gyllenhaal was an X-Men movie, but I was wrong.
Again, it's one of those things where I don't know if there is a Nightcrawler X-Men movie. I don't think that there is. So I was just going to give it to you, but the whole time in the back of my mind, I'm like, I don't think he knows what he's talking about. And the whole time you're thinking, I don't think he knows what he's talking about. So none of us are on the same page, but we had a podcast to do, so we're just kind of chugging along. So this is the part where now we got that out of the way. I'm pretty sure that's the only mistake we had. We were gone last week. We tried to record, but technical mishaps ensued. So
yeah, we went to the Day of the Dead. We had work that Sunday.
Yeah, there was a lot going on.
Yeah,
we were pretty busy. Let's talk about Day of the Dead.
You go first because you got there before me.
Yeah, I was there for like 4 hours before you were. I said, show up at 10:30, be here or be square. And you showed up at like 4 o'clock, like 3 or 4. Was it like 3 or 4, Willow? It was like the sun was setting.
No.
How about this? The skyscrapers were blocking the sun because they were the sun was going down. All right. It was not high noon anymore. And so I said, get here at 10:30. And this man decides to sleep for like 4 or 5 extra hours before getting there. So, and then he had to find parking. You had an easier time finding parking than I did. I had to walk 15 minutes just to get to the venue at the Sheraton Hotel.
Wow.
Which is where it was. You didn't have such a hard time, but you dropped off Willow and everything. But by the time Willow got to us, we had already done everything there was to experience. We had our picture taken with Art the Clown. I got my autograph by Bill Moseley on my House of 1,000 Corpses poster, theatrical poster. They had that was original, really cool. And I want to touch on this. Something about conventions in general is you don't realize how cool it is. Because like you think, I'm not going to be starstruck. I'm not going to be awestruck by these people. But you walk into a room and you are just on all sides buffeted by people that have made a big mark on your life. So, for instance, Kane Hodder's there. Of course, Bill Moseley's there. Barbara Eden from I Dream of Jeannie's there. There's so many people. Of course, the entire cast of Terrifier 2, just about. Damien Leone's there. David Howard Thornton's there. And there's just like, it's so casual. And that's the coolest thing. Bless you.
Thank you.
That's the coolest thing about it. Also, Micah and Katie from Paranormal Activity are there. The coolest thing about it is how just like casual the experience is. They're friends.
They're people.
They're human. Oh, I had that moment with David Howard Thornton. The moment where when I first see him out of makeup, because this is right after we did the photo shoot, and I got my picture taken with him. To see him out of costume, which he got out of costume like real quick, lickety split. It was like within like 25 minutes, he was already out of costume. Though he had some eyeliner still on. But to just see him, like talking and interacting like a human being,
a person,
like just like a living human person, just sitting there talking with people and shaking people's hands and giving out hugs. It was just like the whole event has this aura of just friendliness, and I don't know. How'd you feel?
Your mom called him an angel.
Though he plays a literal demon in the movie.
Yeah.
I was kind of upset that Sienna, the actress that plays Sienna, wasn't there.
Yeah, but
She was an actual angel in the movie. Damien was when we talked to Damien. First off, there was no line. I mean, there was like one or two people in front of us, but like that's what I'm saying. Like, how casual it is. You could just walk up to them. You don't have to pay money to talk to these people.
Right.
In any other real world scenario, you wouldn't be able to just approach these people. They feel like gods. They're mythic in your mind. Especially like someone like this. For an upcoming filmmaker, I would like to say like myself, but we're not quite there yet. I'm not on that
We're in
field.
pre-production.
Yeah, spoilers. We'll announce that at a later time. So this is like a pre-announcement. We are working on projects of a cinematic nature.
Poster.
Or spend $40 on my own movie poster. I'm still writing the script.
Good
So
poster.
yeah, thank you.
It's a good poster.
So walking up to him, and we wait till these two people move aside, and when we get up to him, he's the first person where it hit me, because like I didn't walk up, even with Barbara Eden, I didn't like say anything because I don't know what to say. Yeah, I've watched the show. I love her performance. I thought she was hot, but she's like 91 now, and I'm just looking great for her age, by the way. But a lot of these people, I don't know what to say. They haven't been an influence on me. But walking up to Damien, I didn't know I was gonna feel what I felt. It's standing there in front of him, trying to talk to him, was a humbling experience, because he's just another guy. He's a guy who wants to make movies, and he's inspired by the same movies that I'm inspired by. And I wanted to let him know that the same way that Sam Raimi was an influence on him, and Tom Savini was an influence on him, you're becoming an influence on the next generation of filmmakers. Like your special effects work. And that's the coolest thing too, because like you and me love film for different reasons. And Damien represents both of those loves combined into one person.
Yes.
So I'm in it for the actual filmmaking aspect of it. He's a director, but you're coming at it from someone who loves special effects, that classic Savini, like 80s gore splatterhouse special effects. That's what you're into.
Yes.
And so both of us get to approach him and talk to him as fans of his different crafts and relate to him on that level. But I wanted him to know that like you are an idol for the younger crowd, the younger generation of horror nerds coming out of the woodworks these days.
Are we horror nerds?
Yes, we run a horror podcast. I would hope so. So talk about your experience with Days of the Dead, the people you talked to and you met, and what did you feel? Because I'm sure you felt the same starstruck feeling I felt.
So the only other convention I've actually gone to was MomoCon in like 2017, 2018. And I even forget the reason why I was there.
That's the anime convention, right?
Yeah, I bought a Sega Genesis there.
That's pretty cool.
But as you said, it's kind of like they're right there.
They're just there. Yeah.
And you don't really get this kind of starstruck moment with these people until you're actually right in front of them. Like, as I said in the second episode, A Clockwork Orange is my favorite movie of all time.
Oh, I didn't even mention Malcolm.
Yep. Malcolm McDowell was there.
Just sitting there like
Yeah.
a person.
Yeah, it was a real breathing person.
Flesh and blood.
Yeah, no matter how old he is.
Like when we first got there, I remember telling you, as you're trying to get your tickets, I'm like, Malcolm's right behind that corner. You see that wall right there? He's on the other side of that wall.
He's only a little younger than my grandma. And it's crazy that a movie that he made in the 70s is my favorite, considering I was born in 2000. That like his particular acting, like I think the story, and we talked about it, I don't have to go into detail, but I love the story, the art and everything. But he's one of the few actors, as somebody who doesn't even consider acting, if it's for the gag of Tom Savini being in his own movies that he's working on.
Like Dusk Till Dawn.
Yeah. As a special effects artist, I think it'd be funny to be in the movie that I'm
It's
working
like
on.
he's the Stan Lee of horror movies.
Yeah. But he was so nice. But I could honestly tell that he was tired. He's meeting so many different people. So obviously I wasn't bummed by it. But the fact that I got to meet him at all was really, really cool. I got to talk to him a little bit, told him about my one of my top 5 punk band, the Addicts from England, and he had no clue who they were.
I doubt that. There's
Yeah.
no way he doesn't know who the Addicts are.
If I haven't talked about it before, the Addicts from England are a kind of like a street oi kind of punk band, but they have theatrics around the Clockwork Orange, and they call their fans Droogs. And
They dress up in the whole get up.
Oh yeah, and Monkey the singer has the single eyelash, which is really cool. And I told him about him. He's like, "No, I've never heard of him," but like very like respectful, very like understanding that not only am I here for you, but I'm also currently talking about a passion I have that relates to something you've done, but you're not entirely connected to. But he's still showing me enough engagement to show that he's like, I'm not just faking enjoyment in this conversation just because you gave me money, which I really appreciated. I don't know if when you were there watching me talk to him, I don't know if you got a different impression.
I couldn't hear any of the words, and I am dog shit at reading lips. But there's like this light in his eyes, and this is gonna sound like really corny and very cheesy, but like he just had like a love in his eyes of this is a guy who came here to see me, and no matter how tired he was, he genuinely seemed like he was wanting to put in the effort to get to know you and talk to you and truly listen to what you had to say. Because he was nodding his head and he was smiling. He was having a good time. And I don't want to say, look, I love Bill Moseley. Don't get me wrong.
I'll get to my encounter with Bill Moseley.
Bill was tired that day.
I could tell.
And the last time I saw him, he was also tired because they get there very early. Of course, they get there before doors open, so they're there socializing with other celebrities and whatnot for hours before we even get there. And it was later in the day, and like he was engaged. He was looking at me. We made eye contact. That's the most I can say. But there came a point where I'm still trying to pick out what poster I want him to sign, and he kind of hurried it up and was like, "I'm your slave. Tell me what you want," something to that effect. And like he said it respectfully, and his tone was not reflective of any malice or ill will.
Kind of in character.
He's in character, and the funny thing is, I don't even know if he's playing a character in some of his movies. He's kind of just like that. That like Chop Top is right below the surface. Pushes buttons enough, and he's just Chop Top. That's just one of his alter egos. Yeah, just talking to him, I can feel that he's engaged, he cares, but at the same time, like he's got there's people behind me, and he's just trying to get through it.
Right.
And that's not to say anything negative of Bill Moseley, because a lot of these people, not to say they're here against their will or anything, but they have agents. They're on a time crunch. They have a chain around their ankle. A lot of them can't just leave when they want to.
Right.
But then there's people like Damien, who I just see casually walking around and talking to people. That was pretty neat. We didn't. Who'd you get your picture? You got your picture with Bill Moseley, right?
No, I got it with Malcolm McDowell.
Malcolm, right? That was a money shot. That was a big one.
He's smiling in his picture, and I'm in my leather jacket and my punk shirt with the devil horns up. Like he's just like, I don't know. Again, it might be cheesy, but the fact that my particular identity, how I dress and everything, and I'm approaching this British, very successful, very talented actor, and I'm gushing about a movie he made when he was like barely in his 20s. And I'm like, this is my favorite piece of cinema.
Well, think about this. It's also going to be kind of a surreal moment for him. Not just for you, but for him to see that, because it's a reminder that the younger crowd is still interested in his work. That it doesn't just appeal to an older demographic, but that his work is still touching and affecting new people every day.
Right. And I also mentioned, I don't think he was kind of focused on the photo because I said it really quick, but I did make a comment that Willow, as she said previously, is a huge fan of Rob Zombie, not just his music, but his movies. And I had made the mention because Willow took the picture, or was in the picture with us. And I said to him, I was like, yeah, your performance is Dr. Loomis, right?
Dr. Loomis.
Dr. Loomis in Halloween remake She really enjoyed that, and he kind of had a smile, but he was like listening, but also trying to make sure that he's not the one that's messing up the photo,
Yeah.
that kind of thing. Um, but all in all, it's very surreal because it's how you were talking about how some of these people you don't know what to say to these people.
Like, what do you say
For-
without gushing?
yeah, with Damien, I have a ground where it's like he's when I saw Terrifier, it really invigorated my passion for makeup. Like it wasn't like I gave up on it or anything like that, but when I saw it, I'm like, this is why I still want to do it. This is why I want to do this. It reminded me that there are still people out there who are doing that practical effects that got me to love horror so much. And it's
Horror
not,
is nothing without practical effects.
oh yeah, and I met Michael McDowell. He signed my 1991 copy on VHS of The Clockwork Orange. I met Dave Epperson from
Yeah.
from Kings of Thrash. Used to be in Megadeth, and I got my Peace Cells cassette signed, and I think I kind of made him a little mad. But I mean, it's one of these questions that he's gonna get all day, And it's kind of like after I've already said that I think you were just as important to not Metallica, Megadeth as Dave Mustaine was. But then I also proceed to ask, what's Dave like? After he just it's been a year since he kicked out of the band, but he's been in the band since the '80s. Uh, I just it was a shot in the dark. I knew that it was going to be a very uncomfortable question. I didn't ask like, well, what was the deal? What was the drama? Why did he kick you out or anything like that? Because I don't want those details. It's whatever.
This is the closest you're getting to Dave.
Yeah, and I'm like, just like, what's he like? Because I have a particular idea of who he is. He's a perfectionist. He's very strict on himself and the musicians he have in his band, which I can respect. But sometimes he can come off as being a dick, and that's like more or less, but more professionally, what Dave Epson said about Dave Mustaine, which I really respect. That like nothing was recorded. Even if he said that he was the worst person ever or the best person he's ever worked with, nobody's gonna know. Even with me talking about it on the podcast, who's gonna believe me that he said that? Regardless if there's like photo evidence I was at the place. Nobody's gonna know that actual conversation happened without them actually standing at the table with us. So he could have said anything, honestly anything. But the fact that even with the cameras off, nothing's recording, and he still has the respect for Dave for like not just coming out and saying he's just a fat dick and he was horrible to work
with. He absolutely could have said that.
Yeah, which again I wouldn't be upset with that answer either because from what it sounded like, I think he got more of a dick because he was burnt by Metallica. He thought these were his brothers and they kicked him out without giving him a second chance or anything. But I got my Peace Cells cassette signed. I believe it's a second print.
It's like $45.
Huh?
It was like $45 to get it signed.
Yeah, it was 40.
40,
but I spent like $3 at Goodwill to get it. So I mean,
it all works out in the end.
It works out. But then I'll get the bill. But staying on Kings of Thrash, they were the headliners for the show that the Days of the Dead were putting on at the Masquerade, which was really sad because they had Metallica's quote unquote cover band that opened for them with the Relude. Their album they did with some rock artist. It's slipping my mind right now. I can look it up while I talk about it. But while they were doing that album with that musician, they had because they were doing his other songs along with the album. They were doing. They had Hardwire open for them on this tour, so that people who went to go see Metallica would see Metallica songs.
Right.
So, where is it? Come on.
Also, don't forget the guy who played Eddie from Stranger Things was there. I don't know if he should be accepted in the greater Metallica community just because he did one solo for Master of Puppets. He slayed it, man. I'll give it to him. But he was there. Saxophone guy from the Lost Boys was there.
Lou Reed.
Mm. Oh yeah. I love Lou Reed.
They did an album together.
Yeah.
On that tour, they brought out Hardwire. So when Hardwire came out, the whole place was packed. As packed as Purgatory can get. If you're in the Atlanta area, it's one of the. If you're not from the Atlanta area, it is one of the venues in Atlanta run by the Masquerade. But what was sad is that like the place was packed for Hardwire, but then like 2/3 of the crowd left after Hardwire, and it's kind of like, yeah, it's a Metallica cover band. You're seeing Metallica songs, but it's not them.
The closest you're gonna get without seeing Metallica.
But with Kings of Thrash, you have Young on guitar from the So Good So Far, So What, and you have Dave Ellefson from the beginning of Megadeth, and for me as a Thrash fan, that's who I was there for. It's cool that they have Hardwire open for it, but the fact that I could see these historic musicians was enough for me, and it was just the icing on the cake for me. But I found it really sad that everybody left afterwards, after Hardwire's set. But getting back on track with Bill Moseley, as we will find out later on this episode, spoilers, my favorite slasher franchise is Texas Chainsaw Massacre. And I will get in my reasons later so we can stay on topic.
I have to act surprised.
Yeah.
Maybe watch every goddamn movie in the franchise.
I got the album or the cover art from the poster for Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2 signed by Bill Moseley.
The one where they're looking like the Breakfast Club.
Yeah, and he's got his it says to Alex, get that bitch, Bill Moseley, Chop Top, and then I didn't know this, you knew this, but the grandpa in it is the puppet that they use was modeled after Bill Moseley.
Mm-hmm.
That was really cool. I didn't know what to say to him. Like what a point that I wanted to get with Malcolm, and Bill Moseley is. I want to talk to Damien because he's a special effects artist. I can actually have a conversation with him.
You can relate to him on that level.
Yeah. When you have actors, when I talk to actors, there's not much.
I love your performance. I love your performance, man. It was so good. And all you can do is stroke them off and say how good of a job they did.
Yeah.
That's about it.
It's like when I talk to guitar players. We're in the same field, but we don't do the same thing.
Yeah.
There's only so much I can tell them other than you did a really good job.
You can explain why they did a good job. Why did you inspire me? You can't use those buzzwords. You don't know the lingo, the lexicon to relate to them. When it comes to people in directing or special effects, it's like these are our passions, and so we can use the proper terminology to communicate what we're trying to say. Because with actors, it's just like, hey man, good job, keep it up.
Yeah,
that's about it.
I said I made him laugh. I said that I will defend Texas Chainsaw Massacre to the day I die. It's my favorite slasher series, and he got a little chuckle out of that.
He didn't chuckle at mine.
Yeah. You want to tell it?
Yeah. So, like, everyone's got the one thing they want to say when they meet one of these people. And Bill Moseley's the one guy that I wanted to say something to. Because like everyone else, I didn't know what I was going to say. I didn't know I was going to even speak to Damien. So when I got to him, I just had to make some shit up about Sam Raimi and him being my hero. I didn't know what to say. But I did pre-plan what I was going to say to Bill Moseley when I got to him. And I quote, when is All American Massacre coming out? And I thought I was being real clever. I thought I was being a clever little twat by bringing up All American Massacre. And he kind of smirked and is like, in another 3,000 years.
Yeah,
which means we're still getting it.
Oh, yeah. I'm sad that I won't be there for that. But for the people that don't know, it's a quote-unquote lost Texas Chainsaw spinoff movie that follows Chop Top
while he's in prison.
Yeah. And Buckethead's in it.
Yes. I think it's more known for having Buckethead than Chopped Up, even though it's a Chopped Up spin-off movie. Yeah, I thought it was being really clever and funny by mentioning it, but honestly, people probably mention that to him all the time.
Oh yeah.
It's not like I thought it was being clever and original, but honestly, probably not.
I got Malcolm with my addicts comment.
Yeah, do you think that's the first time he's heard that? There's no way.
There's no way.
There's no way
like,
he's never heard that before.
Obviously, I'm the oddball, putting it in my top 5 from having an oi band from the '70s as one of my favorite punk bands.
Not a boy band, an oi band.
Oi, O-I. It's a form of punk music.
Yeah. Just want to settle that.
Yeah. It's a music podcast too. It's not just horror and movies.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's so many different people there. So many people that you didn't know worked on that, and then you're like, oh, that's the guy. Like, personally, I haven't seen, or it's been so long, I don't even remember any of the Creepers Jeepers movies. But the guy was there.
Oh, Jeepers Creepers.
Yeah.
Again, just there's like no one at his desk, and so you're walking by his booth, and you're like, holy shit, it's the Creeper, and you like, what do you say? First off, I kind of forgot he was gonna be there, so we made eye contact. My mother said something to him. I think she said something along the lines of, "You look better out of the costume than in it," and apparently he got a good chuckle out of that. But it's like, what do you say, man?
Yeah, there was this one table I got really upset for the guy because it seemed like I didn't know what movie it was. Even looking at the thing, I'm like, I haven't seen that movie. I don't even remember what it was. But this guy was generally trying to start a conversation with me from his table. And I'm just like walking by, and it's kind of like, it's almost like he was trying to be special to me. Be like, reach out to me first and talk to me. Be like, oh my God, he's talking to me. But little does he know, I don't know who he is.
Do you still not know who he is?
I still don't know who he is. I feel bad because he was like, you can tell in a conversation when somebody starts, this is going to be a conversation, not just a, hey, how are you doing?
Oh, he was fishing.
Yeah, he was fishing, and I wasn't biting. I'm sorry. It's no disrespect to him, no disrespect to the movie that he was in. Personally, I didn't recognize him. I didn't recognize the movie, and I'm sorry, but I think that's a really interesting bit. That was right before I got to Bill Moseley's table.
Was it Tom Arnold?
I don't know. No.
Oh, the speaking of Creeper, the Crypt Keeper.
Yes,
was there.
I missed it.
Wasn't him? Because it was right by Cherie Currie. From the Runaways. Think how this is what I'm talking about. How weird is that? Yeah, one of the Runaways, the Crypt Keeper, Bill Moseley, and Tom Arnold all bunched together. Actually, Kane Hodder's right there too. Kane Hodder is sitting right next to Bill Moseley.
I didn't even notice. There was a woman at the table next to him.
The table directly to his left.
Right.
So our right, but his left. Kane Hodder sitting there with his fingerless biker gloves on. He had a whole line wrapping around the building. You didn't notice it?
No.
Do you know what Kane Hodder looks like?
Yes.
Yeah, he's like really short.
I miss him.
It's funny because you think he's like a super buff, tall dude, and he's buff, but he's really short.
Holy shit! Now I feel bad that I might have just blown off the Crypt Keeper.
The Crypt Keeper, Jason Voorhees himself. Speaking of Friday the 13th, right like 5 feet away was the cast from Friday Part 5.
Yeah.
Which I've grown a newfound appreciation for. I usually couldn't get past the candy bar scene. I thought that was just ridiculous, but now I absolutely love that movie. But it was the little black boy from Part 5 sitting, and he's sitting right across the aisle from the guy who was in Barbarian. He was like 7 feet tall, which is funny because you hadn't seen Barbarian yet. You saw it like, what, 2 or 3 days later?
Yeah, with you, yeah.
I couldn't remember, like, all these days just threw a blur to me. It was like a few days later.
A wild weekend.
It kind of sucks, though. I wish you had seen Barbarian first, because then that would have been a cool interaction, but you didn't know at the time. And I'm trying to think, who else was there that was, like, pretty neat? There's, like, just a lot of cool vendors, peddling their wares and whatnot. But like there's one
almost got a tattoo. She's this close.
Oh yeah.
She loves getting tattoos.
There was some shady shit going down.
Yeah. We don't have
at
to
the
talk
Sheraton.
about
We're
it.
not going to talk
We're not
about
gonna
it.
talk about it.
Let's just say that some of the vendors are,
Having a good time.
yeah, they're selling stuff under the table. So if you guys want to have a good time, go to Days of Dead 2024 and have a good time. But that was Days of the Dead, and we were going to talk about this, of course, last episode, but that's this episode. So that's Days of the Dead. Let's get on to speaking of watching Barbarian. And so, is there any new movies or music that you've caught up on since and you want to mention?
As I drop my pen and scare myself. I'm so focused. So Barbarian.
It's a crazy movie, man.
Yeah, I feel so bad. That guy could have been still alive if she would just listen to her.
Oh, Skarsgård.
Yeah, just listen to her.
He's the biggest red herring in a horror
Oh
movie.
yeah, you get the guy who played It in It, Pennywise, in the
Yeah.
new one, and then have him not be the spoiler. Sorry.
No, this is a spoiler podcast. I think we've accepted right now. We want to talk about the stuff we love, and we're going to do it in depth. I'm going to put it in the description what we're going to be spoiling. Don't worry about it. I want us to talk freely without restraint. Yeah, Bill Skarsgård just fucking dies in Barbarian, bro. It's crazy. Gets his head smashed like a balloon.
It's all her fault too. If she had just listened to him and said, "Shut up, we have to go this way."
Well, if you're watching, the direction that the Skarsgård wants to go in is actually the direction that the monster's coming from. So he was dead either way. I think you just want to blame a woman. That's all you want.
That's here nor there. I saw Sleepaway Camp for the first time. We'll get to that in a later topic on this episode.
Mm-hmm.
I think maybe the audience can see a pattern of what we might be doing, but Sleepaway Camp was really good. I was pleasant. I knew it was going to be a good movie, but I was pleasantly surprised how much I enjoyed it. In terms of the story, the characters, all of it put together, the practical effects were really good. I was happy with it. And even with the twist at the end, knowing that it was Angela the whole time.
Everyone knows the twist, but
it's still like, even watching with that knowledge, it's still fun.
It's fun, and even that final shot that everyone talks about is so effective.
Yeah.
And of course, we'll go further in depth, but even like my favorite kill personally is the cook scene.
Yeah.
You know, where he's boiling alive. Like the practical effects in it are incredible. Like you can see his flesh like popping and boiling. It's the movie gets a lot of flack even in the horror community because yeah, it's a bit of a Friday ripoff. It's Friday the 13th, but it's also not.
It's fun. I think in terms of fun, like how you were saying that if it's all gore and it's all serious. Oh, this is off the clock talk. Well, we can get back to it when we get to our topic of the day. But the movie I was talking about, how you were like, it was serious. It was just a guy killing people. That's honestly how I see just Jason. Jason in his movies is just this guy killing people because of this one thing that happened.
You're right. It's just an excuse for there to be on-screen carnage.
Yeah, and why I like Sleepaways because it's just they have fun with it. They roll.
It's oddly childlike.
Yeah, it's
almost like a family-friendly gore fest. That makes sense.
Wholesome.
Yeah, it's like it's pure and innocent in the weirdest of ways. It's
because I don't know, in some kind of way, we've had those kind of experiences. Not so much at camp, but the interactions with different people, with like elementary school or middle school. We have those connections with people, and people have their own cliques and all that kind of stuff.
They feel like real friendships, real relationships kind of happening because that's how people talk. That's how people interact, and that's why people give it flack because it is a realistic depiction of how kids talk to each other and how they interact.
My favorite line of the whole movie is "Eat shit, Ricky." God, that line
is such a South Park line.
Yeah, eat shit, Ricky. Eat shit and die, Ricky. And then Ricky's like, eat shit and live. or something like that. And I
Yeah.
was just like, but it's like I really enjoyed it to the point where it was like I was kind of hoping things would work out with Paul and Angela because how innocent their relationship is, even if Paul comes off as a little horny teenager,
Every
some
teenager
he's
is.
still trying. He's still trying to be like respecting her, but there's only so much he could do as a pubescent kid, you know.
Yeah, he has a goal, and that goal is to get laid. It's a camp movie. It's an '80s slasher camp movie. You can't blame the guy.
He's a kid.
Yeah, go for it, buddy. Well,
I
she's a
I
kid
just
too.
generally saw their relationship as wholesome, and I was kind of rooting for Paul. Obviously, I didn't care if they got laid or not because they're just freaking kids. But I just wanted them to have a blossom like summer
romance, like a
romance.
budding
Yeah.
summer romance.
I remember those days, so I was kind of hoping for that. That's
Must
not
be
what I
nice.
got. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good movie. It's a good movie, but we will discuss it a little more in depth later on. All right. Any new music you've listened to?
I got surprisingly better late than never with my love of doom and sludge metal. Eventually, I was gonna get into stoner metal. It takes
It's
a
only
lot
a
of
matter of time.
yeah, it was a matter of time. So I got two bands for y'all today: Weed Eater and Bongzilla. Those are some good bands. I might post. We might have it as the outro. There's some really good stuff. Very doom. The the instrumental, especially the bass lines. I might
Of course,
be biased.
yeah. Bias is a bass player. Of course, you're gonna say that.
The bass lines are so good.
The amount of
man.
times you'll play a song you want us to check out and be like, really listen to the bass, and then me and Will are like, oh yeah, that sounds great, and we can't hear the bass. Like, what the hell are you talking? There's no way you hear the bass, you liar. Your takes are always gonna be more interesting. Your opinions, your takes, and also just your recommendations. I think they're gonna be more interesting than mine because I'm a boomer. I'm a boomer in a 23-year-old's body. Like I was listening. I was going through my Spotify and just seeing what I was listening to see if I was listening interesting. Steely Dan, Meatloaf. I'm listening to a lot of Grand Funk Railroad.
I'll give you Paradise. What's the
Paradise
song?
by the Dashboard Light
No. Yeah. Yes.
by Meatloaf.
Yeah, I'll give you that one.
I listened to it like 8 times in a row at work.
It's so good.
Oh god. Remember I tried to karaoke it and then I realized halfway through it was a duet
Yeah.
and I started doing 2 different voices.
That was awesome. That was awesome.
Not for me. So yeah, like my music taste really is just like basic boomer shit. It's not very interesting. It's just like Steely Dan and just stuff like that.
Wholesome boomer stuff.
Yeah, it's Super Tramp, who I keep telling you to listen to, and you refuse. I think it goes in one ear and out the other. Like Super Tramp, yeah. That's my musical journey the last week. What you got?
Nothing. That was movies. Now we get to the topic you want to talk about.
Real quick.
Yeah.
I forgot to mention this. I did watch Skinamarink.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, real quick. It's like there's nothing to talk about.
I know exactly what you mean.
So it's like I want to say the fact that I watched it, but personally, I can go in depth. I could probably talk 45 minutes about Skinamarink and how it's like going to the High Museum of Art in Atlanta and standing in front of like an abstract painting. It's just like a splatter of paint all over it and be like, oh yeah, I really see the artist's intent. And it's just random paint splatters on a canvas. That's kind of what the movie's like. I do think there is some merit to it, and Edward Ball definitely has a talent. And the whole movie, the whole time, felt like if you just went a little further, you're so close. He's on to something great, and he keeps dropping the ball.
I think we should leave it up to the audience. If they want a full review by the Big Sauce Daddy,
I will talk about it for 2 hours. For shits and giggles.
Give us a message on the Instagram page. get some traction there.
Yeah, any publicity is good publicity, and even if that's, please, for the love of God, don't do a review of Skinamarink.
Yeah,
That's still something.
yeah.
Okay, that's all I want to say about that. So let's move on.
This is before we get into the main topic. Our boy over here wants to talk real quick about something he talked about at the end of the last podcast.
I do.
Mm-hmm.
What's that?
Conspiracy theories, baby.
Oh shit. Yeah. Okay, I have a few. First off, okay. I formulated a new one on the way here.
Okay.
It's not really conspiracy, but it's something I've noticed every time I drive back home. I think there's a witch.
Okay.
I think
you
there's
want to elaborate?
Sure, kid. Why not? Yeah. There's I don't know if you noticed. Okay, I already ousted ourselves as having living in Georgia. I don't want to go any further and say what road we live off of.
Right.
Let me just say, right down the street from here, on the way here, there's a lady. Every time I drive past, she's like this hobo, homeless looking woman. And she probably has like armpit hair and fucking hair all over her body. She looks like a mongoloid. No disrespect to the woman, but I think she's putting hexes on people. Because every time a car drives past, she does this like Invasion of the Body Snatchers thing where she points her finger at them and goes ah! As they drive away. Have you not seen this?
No.
I've seen her 3 times. Every time, and thank God she hasn't pointed at me because nothing bad has happened yet. Knock on wood. But every time I drive past, she's always pointing at cars driving by down the road. I think we have a witch on our hands.
That would be nice. Yeah.
That'd be pretty cool.
You get some spells going
Oh,
on.
maybe she's the Blair Witch. Because remember, holy shit! Remember in the Blair Witch they talk about this. She has hair on her body. On her body. Remember that?
Yeah.
Holy! Oh my God! We have the Blair Witch right here, and I'm not going to say where because they're gonna triangulate our position. Let me not say our coordinates live.
You'll get her geolocation. You'll get her coordinates.
Yeah, let me not do that. So, I want to start with my favorite conspiracy theory. And I know it's a theory that's already around, but I haven't done research on it. I haven't looked into it. This is simply my own take with the research I've done. I'm very sure other people have a similar opinion as mine. D.B. Cooper. Probably the most over talked about conspiracy next to like the CIA killing JFK, which is 100% true. Don't worry, I said it, not you, so they'll kill me. I'm not too worried about it.
You're a good swimmer, right?
Not until they hang me and shoot me with the shotgun 13 times. So I guess it doesn't matter. Yeah, we'll see.
That doesn't get dark real quick.
I don't think it matters how good of a swimmer I am when I have concrete cinder blocks tied to my feet. But yeah, so my D.B. Cooper conspiracy theory. We've talked about this before, but I'll elaborate on it again. So D.B. Cooper, as everyone knows, is the plane hijacker from the infamous incident. I want to come right out the gate and say, I don't think D.B. Cooper exists. Mm-hmm. Instead of saying who we think D.B. Cooper is, I will flat out tell you, I don't think he exists at all. I don't think anybody's D.B. Cooper. And let me go through my reasons. D.B. Cooper, first off, is just like described as the coolest motherfucker around. He's like this James Bond-esque villain. You know, he's smoking a cigarette. He's got the shades on. He's got his nice clothes on. And it's like, that's fine. Maybe he's just that cool of a guy. But there's a few things that don't add up. Okay?
What is that, Jay?
First off, D.B. Cooper is a comic book character. And it's absolutely possible that this guy was a comic book enthusiast. And as we'll see later, it's possible he would be familiar with the character of D.B. Cooper, who's a pilot in the comic book series. But later on the plane ride, it said that he points out the window and says, "This is that's an Air Force base that they're flying by," and he points it out, and he knows it, which is interesting that he knows where it is on this flight path. And out of all the things for him to point out, that's interesting. So a lot of people have a theory that he was a pilot of some sort or was in the Air Force and that he was at that Air Force base at one point in time. And as a pilot, maybe that's how he knew how, first off, how to hijack the plane. He knew the surrounding terrain. He knew where to jump from. All these things definitely add up as a guy who knows how to fly and has been in the Air Force before. And especially having known the surrounding area where to jump from, it also makes sense that that base would be his home turf. Here is the issue, though. You're familiar with Jesse James and how his robberies went down. A lot of people would say um, he was so suave and cool when they were being robbed by him, that he was so charming that they would just like willingly give him their money because he was a celebrity at the time. So who wouldn't want to give Jesse James like their money? He's like, it was an honor and a privilege to get robbed by this guy. So when the people in the plane are describing DB Cooper, he's almost described in the same vein. It was like, even though he discreetly says, "I have a bomb," no one freaks out. They talk about how shiny his shoes are. They talk about the fact he's smoking a cigarette. They talk about how cool he is, which is a really weird thing for hostages to say about their captor. This guy is threatening to kill them for money, and they describe him as the coolest motherfucker on earth. That's odd. And also, the people in the plane would also have a knowledge on the flight crew, the pilot would have a knowledge of the terrain that they constantly are flying over. That makes sense. So the whole story, their own story, is that maybe DB Cooper was a pilot at this Air Force base. To me, that sounds like they're covering their own tracks. And also, when they stop for fuel before they take off again, all the authorities are reported to that DB Cooper's on the plane. So when they land, all the police are there. They're completely surrounded in this hangar, and none of them are allowed to come inside because they're hostages. So they're fueling up and have to leave. There's nothing the police can do because they're being held captive. So the police never see DB Cooper. Even when the plane lands and they have them surrounded, DB Cooper is never visually seen. So when the plane takes back off and they're flying, of course, DB Cooper gets the two parachutes and he jumps out the plane with the money. I don't think any of that happened. I think the people on the plane robbed themselves. They created this fictional character called DB Cooper, named them, of course, as pilots and an air flight crew. They would be familiar with the comic book character DB Cooper. And I think they robbed themselves. I think they created this character and robbed themselves, and he never actually existed.
I think the most suspicious thing about the article is when the flight attendant is so up her own ass. It's like when he slid him the piece of paper that said, "I have a bomb," she just assumed, "Oh, it's this guy giving me his number."
You can't get over this.
No, it's like obviously
I mean, that makes sense.
Obviously with the other evidence you provide, but that's one of the ones that rubbed me really wrong.
Oh, you think?
But I agree with you that I don't. After you were to explain it that way,
I don't know if I did a good job of explaining it here because I've talked about it so many times with you. I already know how the story ends, so I'm just kind of trying to fill in the blanks and get to my point. My ultimate point is I think they robbed themselves. And what better way to do it than pretending to be hostages?
I believe you. You made a believer out of me.
All right. My second theory, and this one, is, what we're doing here is we give a theory that we think is more credible and more believable, one that we buy into, and then the second theory is one that's like, I don't believe it, but it'd be kind of fun if it was real. Hitler escaped to Argentina, fled into the Hollow Earth, and that's why all the people from Agartha look like Aryans because they have blonde hair and blue eyes. So Hitler escaped from Berlin, went to the Hollow Earth, and fathered all the children of Agartha. Because think about it, that's what the Nazis were looking for. They were looking for the Hollow Earth. My theory is they found it, and that Hitler fathered a new generation, a new race of Aryans underneath the earth.
It's a good one, Shanley.
I
It's a
worked
fun
on
one.
I worked on one all my own, all by myself.
You putting two together, man.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
I'm gonna be assassinated now because I know the truth.
you know too much.
Go for it.
So the one I have two that one that I kind of believe in and one that I believe in. The one I kind of believe in is I still think that Area 51, or not Area 51, when the saucers crashed,
Roswell,
New Mexico, I think it was a cover up.
Oh yeah, it's not a weather balloon.
Oh yeah,
It's experimental technology. I don't think it's aliens, but go ahead.
I think it's aliens.
All right, go ahead.
I think it's too convenient to just say there was a weather balloon when the eyewitnesses said there was nothing there that looked like a balloon. I mean, yes, you could say that a flying disc with aluminum might look like a zip plane or any other kind of silver balloon, but I don't buy into it, man. I got it again. It's like I'm not 100% on it, but from the little research I've done, it seems a little sus to me, dog.
I don't think aliens are using aluminum foil.
They might.
You seen those pictures?
Yeah, I've seen them.
It's aluminum foil. That's why I personally believe that it's experimental government technology. I still think Area 51, all they do is they test technology that's not available to the public yet. Like for instance, with the what's that called? I want to call it the YouTube bomber. That's not YouTube. That's a band. Hold on. Keep going on about your theory. Keep going on about your theory.
Again, it's too convenient. Obviously, the autopsy video was fabricated. I don't think that was real. But in terms of, if we're talking about an alien race that's highly intelligent, I'm sure they could manipulate aluminum, or they have a material that looks like aluminum that might work exactly like an aluminum, but isn't aluminum, because it's just too convenient. I honestly just think that let me have this one because I believe in aliens.
That's essentially what you read.
Yeah.
Also, the U-2 is an actual plane.
Yeah.
Yeah, I personally think it's just like super experimental aerial technology, and that's what crashed, or it could just be a weather balloon.
Maybe they did have.
I'm just so fun. Oh my god, I suck.
In the paperclip, Project Paperclip, they made a flying saucer. It was more like a hovercraft, but it's in the shape of a literal flying saucer. And there's footage of this in 1940. Like this is after World War II.
It's up. Project Paperclip is when the United States government gave amnesty to Nazi scientists to come work for them.
Yeah.
You talk about that, not
Yes.
Project Blue Book.
No.
Okay, making sure.
No, I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
You talk about the bell.
Yeah.
The Nazi blueprints for the bell was an anti-gravitational device, and it's funny that all of a sudden, right after Project Paperclip, where we get all these Nazi scientists to come over to our side, all of a sudden there's UFO reports everywhere. In America specifically, there's a big boom.
The bell is a time machine.
That's your take?
From everything I've read, it was supposed to be a time machine, and why I think it is, because they found one in Pennsylvania, and with the Nazi symbolism on it and everything from the exact blueprints that they found in Germany of the bell.
It's supposed to be time travel? I always took it as anti-gravitational.
No, it's a time traveling device.
Or maybe they thought it was, but instead of displacing them in time, it displaced them in a physical space. So it's actually a transporter.
Honestly, the Nazis were just the crazy uncle who had a garage who can almost invent stuff.
They were so close.
almost everything. They were so close.
Like the V2 rocket.
Mhm.
They were so close to the atomic bomb. We were just one step ahead, man.
The Wonder Waffle. Or whatever they wanted, whatever they actually named their electric gun. Excuse me, electric rifle.
Yeah.
Whatever they wanted to actually call it.
I thought you were trying to say Luftwaffe for a second. Their Air Force.
No.
Yeah.
Here's a fun one. The biggest conspiracy is that everything's going to be okay.
God damn it!
Think about it, man. We're in a place where our generation is praying that the housing market crashes. We are on the edge of World War III. Or what's the song? We're on the edge of ultimate destruction, or that 50s. 60s.
Oh, Eve of Destruction.
Yeah, Eve of Destruction. Basically, everybody's talking about the end of times with Ukraine and Russia and everything.
World, it is exploding. Yeah.
Yeah, the biggest conspiracy theory is that everything is going to be okay. Just like when our government tells us everything is going to be okay. What as much I'm going to say it, I don't like Ronald Reagan, but there's one comment that I love so much about is, you can correct me because you probably know it better than I do right now. You should be afraid when your government says we're here to help.
Yeah. Essentially.
Yeah, I'll give him that one. But
he should know from experience, though.
Yeah, it's not gonna be okay, man. It's not. That's the biggest. Something's gonna happen. I don't know what it is, whether it's good or bad. That's the scariest part about it, is that we don't know if it's gonna be good or bad. But something is going to happen.
Do you know what I think? I feel like most of history, it's like a forest fire, where you have this beautiful, lush forest, and everything's living in harmony. But eventually, and even in the harmony, the animals eat each other. There's still death, there's still rot, and there's still decay. But there's an ecosystem to uphold, and it survives on that delicate balance of life and death. But then a forest fire comes, and it destroys the entire landscape. It scorches it to ash. And you think, how is it possible that anything can ever come back from that? And the point of a forest fire, as destructive as it is for new life to come out of the ashes. And every time a forest burns down, a new one will grow up in its wake, no matter how devastating or destructive it is. And history to me is the same thing. So it's just a forest fire. Everything will be destroyed. It's like we are in borrowed time. Things are bad, but it's, to me, I'm very romantic in that sort of way, where I'm like, it will be okay, but it's got to be not okay first to get there.
And we have two different approaches.
Yeah.
I'm an optimistic nihilist.
No, like
everything sucks, but it's okay because nothing matters.
Yeah,
That's the best part about life.
I'm a glass half full kind of guy. You're like, what glass? And then you cut your wrist with that glass. No, I see the light at the end of the tunnel, but there's all this darkness in between to get to that light. And I don't know, maybe that's just a bunch of romantic, poetic jargon, but I seem to be more of an optimist than you. I'm not surprised. No, World War III's coming. The housing market is going to crash. Things are going to suck. We're probably all going to die. But hey, you want a theory?
It's going to be fine.
You want a game theory?
Yeah.
Maybe that's the best thing for the planet.
Oh. Yeah, we don't need to get that.
We don't get that dark?
Yeah, the audience up and roar about my own actual spiritual beliefs. We don't need to.
What beliefs there are, yeah.
Yeah, I don't have many, but we don't need to talk about the ones I do have, because then people will call me crazy. Not in terms of people, but in spiritual belief. I might have a few screws loose, but
you're one of the more level-headed spiritual people I've talked to. It says a lot, because I'm in spiritual circles. I talk to religious people because I'm religious, and you're the more like level-headed person. Trust me, I think you're doing just fine.
You were at a church concert.
I could have mentioned that, but I've mentioned in every episode, hey, did you know I'm a Christian? Let me not shove it down your throat.
Or better yet, I'm a pissed off atheist.
An optimistic Christian and a pissed off atheist co-hosting a podcast together.
That has nothing to do with religion or
Yeah,
politics.
no, we're completely.
What happened?
What
happened?
No, we're completely apolitical. We're talking about Nazis and time travel. How do we get here? I love to watch the train derail. That's my favorite thing. I told you. And we're not political at all, but I do want to comment on the fact I think it's funny that Ronald Reagan gets an F on your tier list. We're not like maybe one day we'll do a presidential tier list for shits and giggles, but for now let's stray away from politics. Even though I do think we strike that good delicate balance.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's I love the conspiracy theories we just did. That was fun.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be an everyday topic, but conspiracy theories are fun.
What are we gonna call it? Are we gonna call it like Conspiracy Corner?
If everything needs a name, then yes, that's.
I want every segment of the show to just have its own little nickname.
That's awesome. I love that. Yeah, Conspiracy Corner.
There you go.
We for obvious reasons, we're not going to be talking about current or more racy theories. We'll talk about like Hollowed Earth and giants and Men in Black and stuff like that. But
actual real conspiracies.
Yeah, I got something that we need to talk about. But I would like to talk about our main topic of the night. I've been waiting. I've been prepping. I've been doing a little bit of homework for this.
More than usual.
Yeah. Because there's a few of them on here. I mean...
We know it. We've watched them, but we're not, like... They're not very well known. At least to us. We've watched them here and there, but... Some of this stuff is just kind of like we watch it one time and kind of forget about it.
Yeah, the one that I suggested, we got mixed up about which movie we're talking about.
I thought you were talking about Slumber Party Massacre.
No, we'll get to it. We'll get to it on the list. All right. But for this segment and today's topic, boys and girls, we are doing a tier list of slashers we have selected ourselves. Now there are going to be some big hitters. There's going to be some people that you might know. And I'm thinking maybe two or three of these you're like, who? But we're here to have fun. There's a few of these movies that I actually really enjoyed. For the most part, all of these I really enjoyed. I think in terms of slashers, I give more leeway, like how you give more leeway for found footage films. Because I'm a little bit of a sadist. More so a masochist, but I'm a little bit of a sadist.
You dabble in both worlds.
Yeah. So I like a little bit of gore in my film, and you'll see it. My opinion on sadomasochism reflect in how high I put Hellraiser. But that we'll get to there. In terms of slashers, we're gonna go through the list. Say who we have, and then we're going to go individually down and talk about why we individually have put these in whatever tier. Right?
Right.
Okay, so first movie. We have Laid to Rest. Second movie, we have Child's Play. Third movie, we have Black Christmas. Fourth, we have The Hatchet. Fifth, we have Halloween. Sixth, we have Nightmare on Elm Street. For this particular one, why we're dividing it up like this is because Jason doesn't show up in the first movie. And I thought
he does.
Kind of.
Sure.
Kind of sure.
He's there.
But he's not the killer.
No.
So I thought it would be fun to put Pamela on this list. Just as you say, shits and giggles. Because I know they're not on anybody's list. So we'll be the first. Prove us wrong. Prove us wrong in the comments that we're the first person to put Pamela on our slashers tier list. But following Nightmare on Elm Street, we have basically Friday the 13th, Part 2, forward. Talking about the character of Jason Voorhees. The Texas Chainsaw Massacre. We talked about the first movie. Scream. The Terrifier series, 1 and 2. This is the one we got mixed up. I'm talking about the Toolbox Murders from 1978. not the remake, and not Sorority Massacre or whatever.
Slumber Party.
Slumber Party, man. Sorority is another one, but we're not doing that one today.
They're all the same. We'll
We're
get to how I
doing
feel
My
about
Bloody
that.
Valentine from 1981, and we might talk about the remake. Hellraiser, and I definitely want to talk about the remake that they did on Hulu.
An excellent movie.
Psycho 1960, Saw. Basically, we're going to be talking about Jigsaw. The Silence of the Lambs. I mean, we could also talk about Red Dragon or Hannibal, but I think we're just going to stick to Silence of the Lambs, talking about Hannibal Lecter.
Not even Bill.
Yeah.
Not even Bill.
No. Friday the 13th. As I said, this particular spot is Pamela Voorhees. Now this is a fun one from Full Moon Pictures. Full Moon?
Yeah.
Full Moon Pictures. The Ginger Dead Man. That's a fun one. I Know What You Did Last Summer. Sleepaway Camp. Tourist Trap. We have a special one. We will, when we get there, we'll talk about it, but we want to keep it a surprise. And to close things out, we have The Collector from 1909. No, not 1909.
Woo!
2009. Excuse me. So, we want to start at the top of the list.
Let's get Chrome Skull out of the way.
Chrome Skull is the slasher in Laid to Rest. Now, how do you want to do this? You want to start with where we put him, or talk about
him first?
Okay. So you told me to watch this movie, and this was my homework for this episode. So you start. Tell me what you think about it.
I'm not going to get into the plot or anything. I just want to talk about the character, because ultimately that's what we're doing. We're not rating the films.
No.
And because that's going to change my rating if I was. Chrome Skull is an attempt. Many directors have come forward, like Damien Leone with Art the Clown, that we'll get to pretty much reinvigorate and breathe new life into the slasher genre. There's been many failed attempts. This is definitely one that comes very close to recreating that 80s, magic, gore magic. And the movie itself, I'm not a fan of. It's not fun and entertaining in the same way that I think movies like Terrifier are. But it's a good attempt to recreate that nostalgic 80s slasher feeling.
It shoots itself in the foot by trying to be serious.
Yeah, it's not fun. And we were talking about that with Sleepaway Camp. Sleepaway Camp's fun. This movie lacks that punch, that it's not entertaining enough, even in its gore, even in the actual kills. Though I think they're good,
They work.
they're suitable. There's nothing wrong with them at all.
No.
But again, not talking about the movie. Chrome Skull's design, I think, is a good design. I think his design's cool. I think the performance is very good. But that's kind of the problem I'm encountering here. Is all I can say is that I think his design is good. That's it. I don't think there's anything special about him outside of that.
What I want to talk about is he human? Does he have any, is he taking special drugs?
They don't explain.
They don't explain.
And that's
how one thing won't
work.
kill him, but then another thing will. I mean, granted, they glued with like industrial glue the mask to his face because he uses like medical glue to glue his mask to his face,
which is awesome.
Yeah,
like that stuff's cool, but they don't do the legwork to explain things. And I don't need a movie to explain it.
Everything. It doesn't need to explain everything, but just give us hints into direction so we can theorize.
Mystery is important. Mystery is important in my engagement. For instance, like Jason, is the lake supernatural? Does the lake give him his powers? What's going on there? And so, like, even though we don't really get answers, though Part 9 tries to explain, this movie doesn't do any of that to make me invested in it as a character. Chrome Skull kills people. Whoop-de-doo.
Yeah.
Welcome to the market. Welcome to the club, pal. You kill people. What makes you interesting and unique outside of your design?
He doesn't talk.
So most slashers don't either.
But he communicates with a Nokia.
Which is, I think, ridiculous.
I think why I like it a little more than you maybe is because it's not supposed to be funny, but there are a lot of bits I find very funny.
Unintentionally so.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
not meant to be funny, and if you're laughing at it, it's not intentional,
No.
which can be fun depending on the movie. But they shot for something, and I think they missed. And I've mentioned this before. I call it a failure of art when the artist intends for something and they don't achieve what they wanted to achieve. I may be coming across very pessimistic about this film.
Interesting because I'm coming off more optimistic about slasher films than I was
Found
found
footage.
footage.
It's I no, I love all these. I'm gonna come out and say I highly doubt many, if any, are gonna be in DNF. I highly doubt it because I'm that guy who's like I said it already. You think I said that they made a movie. And to me, I'm already bumping it up points for simply being made by somebody. But I also mean that in a way that it's made with passion. You can't just make something and pump it out there. And I like it because you were able to create something. You need to create something with love and passion. This movie does have some care behind it. I feel like they genuinely cared about making a slasher movie, and they succeeded in that. But I also prefer it to have a little bit of humor because the concept is ridiculous. We have like supernatural killers running around and killing people in very gruesome fashion. If you don't ground it in some kind of comedy where I want to see the kills, and I also want to touch on that later when we get to the toolbox murders. I like there to be a goofiness to the killers, a bit of slapstick, a bit of silliness. The more real they feel, the less enjoyment I get out of the killers because I feel like I'm watching a snuff film, and I don't enjoy watching people die. I like watching practical effects on display. I know you feel me a little different. I like the artistry behind the kills, but I don't like the movies to be mean spirited and hateful. And this movie kind of has that just kills for the sake of killing vibe. And you're probably wondering, why the hell are you doing a tier list of slasher movies? Because I do think there's a difference between slashers that kill people in an entertaining way and slashers that kill in a very grounded and mean spirited way.
I think a good comparison is it's almost day and night. Hostel and Hostel Part Two.
Fuck. Hostel 2 is mean.
Yes,
The first one is too, but it's a
You
little
don't-
funny.
it's funny and you don't feel bad because the main characters are pricks,
Yeah, you want to see it. They're like this, your standard college schlock.
frat boys.
Yeah, your frat boys. Like they're disposable in any other horror movie. And I do like the lead guy. I do like.
Yeah.
He's all right, but
Yeah.
especially by the end, he becomes a heroic figure. But Hostel 2 is just. These are like not bad people.
No.
They don't deserve what's happening. And that's my problem with a lot of these other slasher movies is a lot of them, especially with these 80s films, is they're disposable, like frat boy college student types. All they want to do is party, have sex, and do drugs. So it's like when they die, they're hedonistic, and they died a hedonistic death. And so I don't feel as bad as. I know that sounds unempathetic, but it's a movie, and you want to see people who deserve to die because you can't do that in real life, right?
I wish Princess died. God, I hated the main character for a lot late to rest. We're talking about Chrome style, but I would like to make the point: Princess is terrible.
Do you not like the final girl of Late to Rest?
I don't. I hated her as soon as she started talking. Because they'll notice immediately. It's like we live in the South. There's variety in the accents down here. Sometimes I might slip into an enunciation of a word might bring my southern accent out, but for the most part, I'm very articulate and trying not to have that particular
It's a
accent.
conscious decision on your part.
Yeah,
I have like zero southern drawl. People think I'm from the north.
yeah. I mean, when I say jack off, people think I'm from. I don't pronounce it the same way as people from Pittsburgh, but I do say that. But down here, there's variety of different.
It's a melting pot of dialects.
Yes, they're still Southern, but there's different kinds of Southern.
People from Savannah talk like they have molasses spilling out of their mouth. It's very slow, and they got that thick Southern drawl. Then you go in other places, and it's almost not noticeable.
Yeah, it paints the picture that people in the South talk all the same. Talk with a thick Texan. I own a ranch.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's I'm not butthurt by it, but
Are you offended by this movie?
no?
Does it hurt your Southern
I don't
sensibilities?
claim the South. I might be from here, but I don't claim it.
I actually dig the fact that they speak with like this over exaggerated Southern slang. I like it.
It
I feel
kinda takes me
represented.
out.
I'm represented. Look at it.
I feel like I get taken out of it by it.
Mhm.
Honestly, it takes me out of the place because I mean, if you want to do a movie that takes place in Tennessee, there's gonna be a few people with maybe a Tennessee Southern accent, but not everybody. Not everybody in the movie has to have the same accent. Literally everybody except the Steve Buscemi guy. It's not Steve Buscemi, but the guy looks like Steve Buscemi.
He's a favorite to people who like this movie.
Yeah. Other than him, everybody has a Southern accent, and
Interesting that one of your favorite characters in the movie is the one character that doesn't have a Southern accent.
I like the guy that looks like Epic Lloyd, the husband.
Yeah. It's funny that we don't remember any of their names. They're like the guy who looks like Epic Lloyd, the guy who looks like Steve Buscemi. Yeah, those guys. Everyone knows what we're talking about too.
Oh yeah, but in terms of Chrome Skull, I think more than anything, there's potential, and
Great way to put it.
we differ because I like gore. I like senseless gore. I like untasteful gore. In certain ways, right? It's hard to explain. Like, I love the gore in Saw. I love the gore in Hostel, the first Hostel. But
The ankle scene, dude.
yeah,
The
that's
Achilles
brutal.
scene.
That's
Woo.
brutal. Hostel Part 2, I enjoyed it for the gore. But that's why I love horror, is because I feel bad. Like, these are good people dying. Kind of like watching, for me personally, as I don't eat red meat. I only eat chicken and fish.
People are learning a lot about you.
Yeah, but in Cannibal Holocaust, they kill a few animals on camera, and I disagree with the action, but as a horror fan, I love that because it hurts.
It made you feel something.
Yeah.
It's rare for a horror movie to make you feel, which is the ultimate goal of horror, more so than any other genre. Romantic movies want to make you feel love and passion. And horror movies want to make you feel afraid. They want to make you feel uncomfortable. If anything, uncomfortable, the very least. And if you had to kill a few turtles to do it, so be it.
But I think this particular in-depth, like we're barely even talking about Chrome Skull because there's not much to talk about.
Nah.
But I think this is a good icebreaker in discussing the different kinds of gore and what levels of gore going into a tier list about
and
slashers.
Also what we want out of the slasher, because you and me do differ on that. And so this is a great way to examine what we actually want from a slasher.
On a bare bones level, Toolbox, I mean, he has a motive, but you don't find out until later, and it's really stupid.
Anyway, stupid motives.
Yeah.
My mommy died.
A slasher that kills just because it doesn't know or doesn't care to know anything else but to kill, I think is very dark and a very dark human experience. That your mind can degrade or change to the point where all you're thinking about is murder and death and destruction. And I like that in my film. I like a heartless killer that gets killed.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting, because you don't seem to like Michael Myers very much. You call him dull and boring. And yet that's his entire gimmick, is that he has no motive. He is darkness and evil incarnate.
It's confusing. Halloween is confusing. But we'll get to it. But my point is, I don't have a problem with why I don't have a problem with obscene gore is because I feel like it's human. I feel like that for some people, it's for me, it's art. I think it on that graphic and maybe upsetting opinion. I think it's art in the way that that's a depiction of how actual psychopaths and serial killers think. All they think about is their next kill, their next victim. They don't care about consequences. When you get to that certain level of animalistic beliefs, where you can't even sleep without thinking about killing somebody, it shows the horror in real life horror.
It's like a dopamine rush. Remember,
Yeah,
I was talking to you about the flow state. When
yeah.
you're driving really fast, it's like heroin when you hit that state driving a car, where it's like you want to exist in that moment at all times. And people find the flow state in different things. Unfortunately, in the real world, people find that sort of adrenaline rush, that dopamine rush from killing someone. It's not even the fact that they're killing them. It's the power trip. People who have felt powerless and without control their whole life have suddenly found a way to take control from another person.
Yeah, in saying that, the art with all the gore and the senseless violence and it being an actual human experience, I think it's a good comparison as how I perceive G.G. Allen's work as art.
Jesus Christ, Alex! Oh my God!
Because it's
Oh,
offensive, it's brutal, but it's real. People believe the things that he says. It's not a matter of what he's saying reflects what he believes. It's a matter of this is what actual people think, how they interpret
mm.
other people, how they see other people, and how they come up with their own ideas of how people are. You know, in that comparison, going back and forth.
But I absolutely agree with you.
Yeah,
He is an artist showing the darker sides of human experience. I was thinking about this the other day, trying to understand why I like watching disturbing media. And actually, I was being asked why I watch gore videos online, like real gore,
yeah.
real like snuff films. Why do I search that stuff out and watch it? And I tried to explain it. And the more I thought about it, I came to an understanding why. In order to understand what true kindness looks like, what true goodness looks like, we have to look into the abyss. When I see evil acts being committed on film or even in real life, I feel an urge to do the exact opposite. I want to be a better person having seen this stuff, because I realize how easy it is to just slip into the dark, slip into that primal animalistic instinct of to kill and to control things. And it's scary how easy and simple it is to just give up and succumb to these feelings and these urges. And when I watch stuff like that, I want to take control back for myself and be a better person, add a little bit more light, a little bit more love into the world, and be the exact. That's cheesy, I know, but just it reminds me what's important, and to not be like those people, and to be better. And I think that's the importance of horror and depictions of evil on screen, is it shows you what actual goodness is. Sorry, that was a bit.
I mean, yeah, and to pivot off of that, I love the rush of fear. I love the rush of adrenaline of being terrified.
You say it's one of the most important emotions that you feel.
To me, the two most important and most human experiences sadness and fear.
That's so emo of you. God.
Sorry for being a nihilist. I just think that fear is what drove our ancestors to live, and I think sadness uh, makes us reflect on how to make um, our lives better. Why?
Why invent fire if not for fear of the dark?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's progress. We do not progress without fear, and it's also why many people follow rules and laws to begin with. Is fear of consequence. It's fear of being thrown in jail if I do this, if I do that. It's always fear, and also you could say a lot of happiness is spurred on by a fear of sadness. we love these people in our lives, so we want to make the best of our time with them. We want to go places and have experiences with them. Go to the beach, go hike a mountain, go fishing. We want to go. I am talking about because all the stuff I want to do, but like it's where we want to have experiences with people because our time is limited, and so we're actively fighting against sadness by simply being happy.
Mm-hmm. Because I subscribe to the idea that happiness, you only know true happiness when you don't have it anymore.
Hmm.
And I think that's what sadness is there for, to make you reflect that, yeah, it's bad now, but I remember when it was good. So it's an experience to remind you that it's not always going to be like this. It's not always going to be bad. And I think that it takes a time to almost be innocent and be childlike. When you're sad, you cry, letting out all the emotions and everything. I think that there's beauty in that. Just like I think there's beauty in fear because it drives people. I think it's beautiful and inspiring that fear can drive people to achieve the things that they want. Whether or not they're good things is up in the air, but I think that fear and sadness in my closing statement are the most important human emotions.
And I think that's true for killers. It's fear that drives them, a fear of inadequacy, a fear of a loss of control. And it's like, you're right, almost all of our actions and decisions are based off fear of something. And so it's.
Why I don't get on a plane.
I wake up every day having accepted my fate. I'll get on a plane even if I knew it was going to crash. I have fun on the way down. Hope God's listening.
All right, so
C.
Let's see.
I'm putting Chrome Skull in C.
I put Chrome in D.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
What? I thought you were going to rate him higher. You seem to like him more.
I like him, but I don't
compared
think
to the other guys.
Oh God, yeah.
We're going to be ranking these a tad bit different.
All right. So, Chandler, you want to lead the charge on Child's Play? Chucky.
Charles Lee Ray. What a crazy franchise. Don Mancini is just, see what you want. He's kind of all over the place. It's like a scatter shot. You'll have masterpieces like 1 and 2. Personally, I think Child's Play 3 is really high up there, but everyone shits on it. I'm like, why? It's an awesome movie. It's so much fun. The concept, the characters, and just the location. Name another horror movie that takes place in a military base. Or in a boot camp. Name one. Excuse me, a military academy. None. I can't think of one. Child's Play 3 did it. If you want your boot camp horror fix, there you go. There's only one movie. Bride of Chucky, a certified hood classic. Let's see, Seed of Chucky. I dig it. I don't think it's as bad as people. It's a bit funny. I think it does not disservice the franchise. I don't think it spits in the face. It's a parody film in the same way that Scream parodies horror films. Oh, you disagree with that?
No. We'll get to.
You feel a certain way about Scream that I think is radically different from most horror fans. Most horror fans love Scream, but we'll get there. And after Seed of Chucky, despite appearances by Britney Spears and actually doing a Scream comparison, I would say that Seed of Chucky is like Scream 3. It mocks the genre that it's in. It has a bunch of random Hollywood celebrities as cameos. So it's almost the same thing. But people, even though Scream 3 is the weakest of that franchise, people still like it. And I think Seed of Chucky gets way too much flack for what it is. And after Seed, we have not Cult, Curse, excuse me. I was really excited when Curse of Chucky came out. And then Cult came out, bringing back, Andy Barclay. Again, he was at Days of the Dead last time I went, and he had no one at his booth.
Wow,
so sad. He was sitting right next to John Connor from Judgment Day.
Wow.
Yeah, no one was at their booths. It was just the saddest thing I've ever seen in my life. Maybe people are just too scared to walk up to him. I mean, Andy and John Connor right next to each other. I'd be scared too. the series itself, and also the show, which I watched the first season, and the second season was
Mark Hamill did a good job. With the
pretty
remake.
mid. Yeah, are we counting it as part of the franchise? Like,
No, but I would like to note that I'll give my opinion out there. I thought it was pretty good.
Mark Hamill is awesome for horror. Is completely underrepresented, like in the market of horror. He should have way more roles in horror movies. His performance as Chucky is really good.
Yeah.
Just wrong movie. As long as Brad Dourif's alive, I think we should have Mark on speed call just in case something happens. I pray to God nothing happens to good old Bradley, but if something does, we got Mark. I think he's a great substitute. The series, though, in general, is, as I described earlier, is scattershot. Like, there's some highs, there's some lows, but it is the most consistent continuity, the most consistent quality between films. Yes, Seed is a bit lower down on the totem pole, and then the second season of the show is a bit iffy, as the kids say these days. It's mid, but the series in general, like the franchise as a whole, very good. And Chucky as a character is without equal. He is without, maybe the closest comparison would be Freddy Krueger, because they both make jokes and one-liners and they wisecrack here and there, but Chucky is the most consistent, most fully realized character in horror fiction.
That may be true, but art is more based.
Is Art a Sigma male?
Yes, he is. We'll get to it. My point of view of Chucky isn't that much different. I would, if I could describe the entire series, including the reboot, whether or not I really count it in the series is irrelevant. I would describe it as fun. I would really describe it. It's a fun collection of movies and sequels and reboot and TV.
It's got the humor that we're talking about
Yeah.
with these kind of movies. I think it's a necessity.
Yeah, I have a partial to Child's Play. The first one, I think that's my favorite. 2 is good, 3 is good. Bride of Chucky is really good.
Hood classic, man.
Yeah, hood classic. All in all, I really think that it's fun. We share the same point of views about it, so there's no point in me rehashing the same thing for another 20 minutes.
It's still gonna be funny when yours is like in C.
Yeah.
Really? You gonna do it to him? Are you?
No.
Okay.
I'm just fucking with you.
Okay. Like, no way. You can put Chucky in C.
Chucky is in B for me.
Wow.
It's not my favorite slasher. I already spoiled that. But in terms of the rest of the slashers, I feel like I like them more.
Hmm.
We're having some differences.
I'm contemplating whether I want to put him in S or A.
Wow.
I guess I'm gonna put Chucky in S. He's one of the quintessential slashers.
Yeah.
He's to me. He's one of the poster shows. Like, no, is he part of the unholy trinity of slashers? Which I would say is Freddy, Michael, and Jason.
Yep.
As far as influence and popularity go, but he's right there.
He's 4.
Yeah, he's cracking the glass ceiling. He's trying to break in.
I would say it's Chucky's 4 in yeah, he's on this list.
I don't know.
Ghostface is 5th.
I don't know. I think you're right. Leatherface would probably be right below Ghostface as far as popularity.
As sad as it is.
Even though he's like one of the first.
Yeah. We're about to talk about the first.
Mm-hmm. So I'm going to put Chucky in S. I'm kind of surprised, but now that I'm thinking about it, yeah, I have to. That's how I feel.
So now we're going to talk about old Billy Boy from Black Christmas. What do you think, Chandler? I haven't seen the remake, so we're going to be exclusively talking about the first one.
You're not missing much. He's a freaky fella. He's saucy. He's dicey. Right out the gate with some risky lines.
This is a 1974 movie.
No wonder it's controversial.
Huh?
No wonder it's controversial.
Yeah.
Like, the stuff he says within the opening minutes of the movie for a 1974 film. He's a freaky guy. And
Yeah.
honestly, probably all the killers on this list, other than maybe like Art, I don't want to run into this guy.
No, no.
These other ones, they're not. They'll kill you, but this guy is. He's sick. He's insane in the membrane, and I don't like it. Which is great because that means I feel something when I think about him.
Yes.
Here's an interesting little tidbit about Billy. Did you know it's based on a real murder?
I vaguely heard that.
It's based on an urban legend, and the urban legend is based off the real murder. There's this legend called the babysitter and the man upstairs, or just babysitter or the sitter. And it's an urban legend that dates back to the 1960s about a teenage girl babysitting children who receives telephone calls from a stalker who continually asks her to check the children. The basic storyline has been adapted a number of times in movies. The 1950 murder of teenage babysitter Jeanette Christman is commonly cited as a source to the legend. And I think it's interesting that her last name has Christ in it.
What also is interesting is I have the Black Christmas Wikipedia up, and it says the character was partly inspired by the urban legend, the babysitter and the man upstairs, as well as a series of real murders in Montreal during the 1943 holiday season.
Yeah. So it's got a number of real life inspiration. I think that's why it makes it more unsettling. And when we get to the Toolbox Murders, I'll also tell you why that movie bothers me. If not just for the grounded realism of it, there's some silly parts, granted, but we'll get to why that movie bothers me based off the title alone. But this one, oh boy,
I love this movie. I love Billy. Billy Boy is so fun to watch, and it's
just sick. He's a sick dude. Yes. I know you love it.
The depravity of it all is so good. It kept me enthralled in the movie. Just what's he gonna do next? What's he gonna do next? And not even like as sick as it is from the perspective of watching like a serial killer documentary. It's like, how long is this gonna go for? Like, even though you know he got caught, yeah. But you're almost like, what's gonna happen next? What's gonna happen next? Even though it's a real life tragedy, you feel like it's a movie. Even if it's shot in a documentary style with police reports and everything, you're enthralled in this kind of sick, twisted, kind of can't look away from a car crash. It's mesmerizing to just what's gonna happen next? Who's he gonna kill? What's gonna happen? Is he gonna get caught? And in some twisted way, especially with these actual fictional movies, you're like, I want to see him do it again.
I killed the sorority girl. Hey, you want to see me do it again?
Yeah. It's, I don't know, man. I highly recommend this movie. Everybody should have seen it.
As a slasher fan.
Yes, this is one of, if not the first slasher film.
People will say Psycho, but Psycho is more of a thriller. It has murder in it, but Norman Bates, I don't classify as a slasher. Now, some people might even call him a universal monster. I disagree with that one too.
Why don't we have Bruce on the list?
Because this is not a creature feature list. You're lucky we got Pinhead on here. And Ginger Dead Man.
Right. All in all, my closing statements about Black Christmas is it's awesome. It's fun. It's definitely, if you don't know, well, you never really know to begin with, but it's one of those who did it, which is really fun, guessing who's killing and everything, the way that it plays out in kind of like a, not so much heavy detective, but like you got strings, like you're the detective. Nobody's, obviously there's police looking for him, but you're the detective because you're the viewer watching it. And I think that's the fun in it.
Oh, the scene where they're trying to, when they track the call and they're running a line, they're looking at the landline trying to figure out where the call's coming from, and they trace it to the house that they're in.
Yes.
while they're still in it. And there's so many movies that have done that since. And I think when you watch movies like this, you kind of have to take yourself out of a modern setting. We have seen this done to death. We have seen the same premise done 1,000 times and more, some over and over again. The calls coming from inside the house. We've seen that bit before. The fact that he's killing sorority girls on a holiday. We've seen this before. And yet, when you look at it for what it is, in the time that it was released, this is a crazy ass film that come out in the time that it did. And it's the first one I could think of where there's a slasher killing sorority girls. It's the first one I could think of that's set on a holiday, a major holiday.
It's one of those things that I talk about in music, where if all you listen to is deathcore, slam, all core grind, you can't. That's one thing. That's perfectly fine if you like that, but you can't. Not only can't put yourself, like, for example, you listen to Kiss. This is right before this, you were talking about 70, 74, 75, right before the Destroyer album. My personal favorite, the one before that one, with Come On and Love Me. It's put yourself in that perspective. It's the 70s. This is raunchy. This is extreme.
Dressed to Kill.
Yeah, Dressed to Kill. Sorry, it's slipping my mind.
Early 70s Kiss is best Kiss.
Yeah. You got to put yourself there to really appreciate it. On one hand, or you could just listen to it and be like, "This is kick ass." But to really, I think if it's a hard, like, because it's hard rock, but it's not the growls, the extreme metals, and everything. It's classic rock. But if you put yourself in the 70s and imagine they hadn't seen anything like this before.
You've never heard anything like it.
Yeah. Or even like going back to movies, watch Frankenstein, you got to put yourself before World War II. Almost.
Yeah. It's important.
Yeah.
It's important to put yourself in the mindset of people at the time. And I guess it's really hard for a modern audience to do that. And they're like, how is this ever scary? But as we were talking about before, conceptually, Frankenstein's one of the scariest movies ever made.
Yeah.
And remember when you asked me what kaiju movies are scary, I said the 2014 Garth Edwards Godzilla movie has some bits in it. Completely neglected to mention that one of my favorite horror movies of all time is the original 1954 Godzilla. And every time I tell people this and show them the movie, they don't get it. But you got to put yourself, and then this might be hard to do, to put yourself in the shoes of a Japanese person post-nuclear bombing, post-World War II. This is 54. Everybody in the movie has lived through the Hiroshima and Nagasaki bombings. I think it's important for the horror of that movie to be successful. You have to be in that moment, in the mindset of people who experience real horror. And that's hard for us to do. What's it like to survive a nuclear bombing? And to watch a movie depict what that looks like from their perspective. That's a difficult thing to do. And for this movie, this is the first time audiences really saw anything of this level. And it doesn't ease you into it either. Right with that phone call at the beginning of the movie, with the way he's talking, it's so sinister and just evil. Just like you said, depraved. And for that reason, I'm gonna put Billy Boy where he belongs. Keep this B train rolling. I'm gonna put him in B.
All right, me too.
Billy Boy, it's going in B.
Billy Boy is going to be.
You know, if we said Billy to most horror fans today, they would think we're talking about the puppet from Saw.
Yeah. We'll get there. We'll mention Billy.
We're not going to talk Amanda or the accomplices and his henchmen.
The concept of Jigsaw.
Yeah.
Like when we go over Ghostface, the concept of that particular killer.
Because if we rank the killers, we'll be here all day.
Yeah. We got B for Billy, for the both of us. Now we are going to the hatchet, and the slasher is Victor Crowley.
You want to talk about a love for... Like, Chrome Skull is, again, it's a throwback slasher movie trying to relive the magic of the 80s, but at the same time, it doesn't understand why we like rewatching those 80s movies, not just for nostalgia purposes, but there's this fun. There's this slapstick silliness almost to the kills that make them entertaining. And Hatchet ramps that up to it. It knows exactly what it is.
Oh yeah.
It takes that and ramps it up to 1,000. All the kills are so over the top, so excessive. Don't mention you got Robert Englund and you got Kane Hodder and you got Tony Todd in the swamps right off of New Orleans and the Louisiana swamps and the bayous, and they make such good use of the locale, the environment. It's all swampy and foggy, and it's at night. And Victor's design is no, it's not like Chrome Skulls. I think is more creative and more original, but Kane Hodder playing Victor Crowley, he just brings such a dynamic punch to the performance. He's just so engaged, and his performance is always so good, which is unfortunate for his Friday movies because those happen to be the worst. But Kane Hodder as an actor, his physical performance in these movies are phenomenal. The kills, they're so unique. Some of them are just so fucking over the top, like ripping people in half.
Just straight up, just ripping.
Yeah, just complete like paper, like tearing into paper. It's so effortless. And
1 minute he can get shoved by a chick, the next minute he can rip the chick in half without even flinching. It's
just little inconsistencies like that. Sure.
Yeah, it's fun. That's the fun of it, and I really love.
It knows what it is, and it doesn't pretend like Chrome Skull pretends to be something it's not.
Yeah.
And this movie knows what it is, and it knows the audience it's appealing to, and that's why it's so popular. I think it actually isn't as popular as it should be in slasher community because art, for whatever reason, is just like he's up there in the upper echelon of slashers now. He's on every poster and every T-shirt. He's in all the horror themed merchandise. Hopefully, I hope to God that he replaces Pennywise as a slasher. Pennywise is not a slasher. He's an Eldritch Lovecraftian being.
So, I'm going to put Victor Crowley in C.
Wait.
There you go. Now tell me why I'm wrong.
I think he's cooler than that. I think he deserves... Am I just too lenient? Because I'm not going to have any D's or F's in this entire list. You already have one in D.
I don't think I'm going to have any F's. I can tell you right now. But my D might have some shocking ones.
I'm interested. Mine, though, I'm going to put him in B. We're always going to be like 1 or 2 off.
Yeah. I don't think it's going to be... Yeah.
Victor
Crowley.
Crowley's also a really good Aussie song. Mr. Crowley.
Mr. Crowley, yeah. Also, lucky for you, our next slasher is your favorite slasher.
Michael Myers?
Yes.
Oh. He's looking back on Michael, I do see what you mean that he's kind of boring. And I'm really curious to see where you place him because Michael to me is like my childhood. It's weird saying that about serial killers and slashers, but I grew up on Halloween. I remember going to the play place at Burger King with my portable DVD player, watching the Judith Myers kill scene over and over again just so I could freak out the other kids. It's a movie that's very tasteful in its carnage.
There's no blood in the first one.
There is with the mechanic where he gets the jumpsuit from.
Right.
There's like a little splatter, but it's not a lot. There's almost no blood. There's a little bit of nudity with Judith at the beginning, but it's
a plus.
Oh yeah, there's another reason I replayed it on loop for sure. Same thing with Chrissy from Jaws. You know, they wouldn't let me wear the Jaws shirt to school because Chrissy's naked.
Yeah.
That's stupid.
I wore my Jaws shirt just fine.
Yeah, Michael he's just my childhood, man. And I'm not going to talk about how great a movie it is because I don't have to. I want to encapsulate the entire series as a whole. And maybe one day we'll go through the movies. I'll leave that to Haddonfield Radio.
No, we're going to rip them off. We're going to go down the list of Halloween movies. We love them. We love them. This is a joke. We're not serious, but we will be in further episodes we might do.
We might rip off Haddonfield Radio.
I would word it as spotlights on particular series.
Sure. Whatever doesn't get us sued.
We love you guys. Thanks for the support.
Yeah, we support you right back. So, yeah, I'm not going to get into the series of the franchise itself. Just the character. It's something I can't really articulate, so I'll tell a story. So, I went to a wax museum. Where was it? Was it Myrtle Beach? Don't quite remember what coastal town it was off of. I was very young. Maybe like 12, 11. I went to a wax museum, and the room we walked into was filled with, and the museum itself wasn't horror themed. Like there was, of course, you had Celebrity Row with Tom Hanks and all that. But there was one room upstairs. There was nothing but slashers. So there was Jason from Jason Goes to Hell. There was Freddy, Michael. I don't think Leatherface was in there, but there was a few. I know we talked about they never include him in the Trinity, but they had all these very real-looking mannequins, wax figures of these slashers, and I took my picture with all of them, but the only one that made my skin crawl was Michael. It was a scene replicating part 4 where he's in jail before the Man in Black comes in and shoots the place up. And there's this red light filter in this jail cell, and I got my picture taken right next to him, and it was the only time I felt scared.
Yeah.
And I think that relates to my experience with him, period, is he's the only slasher that scares me. He's not a human being. Like Loomis said, he's not human. He's a force of nature. There is no motive. There's no...
What did I say earlier? Mr. Loomis. How did I do the voice?
Oh Bostonian Loomis?
Yeah.
You do it. Do it.
Dr. Loomis. He's pure evil. It was better.
It was better earlier because it was so natural, but he started doing this Bostonian Loomis accent out of nowhere.
You're evil.
Oh man, I used to have nightmares of Michael's face, completely shrouded in darkness. Like all around him was just like this caliginous cover of darkness, and right in the center of my nightmares, I would see his white mask, that beautiful William Shatner face, peering at me from the darkness. And I would wake up in cold sweats. I would describe more like night terrors. Just his face alone was scary. He's the only one that continuously does that, and he's been a big part of my life and my childhood. And as a character, no, he's barely a character. There's really nothing there. And to me, that's why he's scary, because there's nothing. Just like behind his eyes, there's just nothing there. And I think from a horror perspective, he is the scariest slasher because you can't reason with him. You can't negotiate with him. Even in part 2 with Jason, he's able, what's her name? Can't remember her name right off the top of my head, but the final girl in 2 is able to dupe Jason by making him think that she is his mother, by putting on Pamela's sweater and trying to talk in her voice. She's able to convince Jason until the facade drops. But you can technically reason with Jason. You can trick him. You can't do that with Michael. Yeah, there's a scene in part 5 with Jamie where fucking Michael Myers cries. And Jamie was like, let me see your face. And he takes off his mask and you see like that one tear. And there's this moment of humanity that Michael has for his niece. And of course it all shatters. But and then tries to fucking kill her. And actually in that movie, the actor playing Michael Myers fucking stabs the actress in the leg during the laundry chute scene. He stabs her in the leg. Why would you use a real knife?
Yeah.
Why would you use live bullets on the set of Rust? But So all that to say, Michael Myers to me is the scariest and I think most effective of all the slashers because of his lack of a motive and just the general feeling of that he's a force of nature.
He's coming back to kill his sister, right? First movie. That was like the whole
It
like setup.
depends. Well, it depends on what timeline you're following. Because in the new trilogy, they're not related at all. And in the original movie, John Carpenter never intended them to be siblings.
Jimmy Lee Curtis.
Yeah, it's a complete random assault. They're not siblings even in the first movie. It's not till the second one that they retcon it to make them siblings because they want to give him a motive. And then when you get to part 6 and they explain the cult of Thorn and that he needs to kill off all of his family members to complete this ancient ritual and stuff like that. They try because he's so bare bones. They have to just create a mythology around him to make him interesting because him as a character he isn't interesting. So they just like make shit up to do that and fill in those gaps. But to me, Michael Myers is his best when he's just a guy in a mask with an abnormal, superhuman level of strength.
Captain Kirk mask.
He's just like a hurricane. He's a force of nature, and that's what I think of him as.
I'll definitely rock you under hurricane.
Whatever.
All right.
That's the music part of the podcast.
There you go. Scorpions for you. Yeah. There's nothing I disagree, honestly. I think that he's important for the history of horror and the history of film, period. John Carpenter did a really good job with writing him.
The score.
Yeah, the score, period.
It's iconic.
I don't got much to add to what you said. Like most of these, you kind of like hit it right on the head. So I'm gonna put Michael in B tier.
Okay. You have a lot of B's.
There's a little twist there. You had a little twitch there when I said that.
Did I?
You said
I had like a physical reaction.
Yeah.
That's how strongly I feel about this fictional serial killer. Okay, this is where I'm conflicted because as a character, he's not that interesting, but he's my boy. I got to represent. I'm putting him in, and I'm
if it was anybody else, he would be in C. But because he's the Michael Myers,
if he wasn't wearing that Captain Kirk mask,
yeah.
Mikey Myers. All right. Considering my brother's name is Michael, you'd think I'd be able to spell it. I think I misspelled it. All right. Even though I have it pulled up here, I still misspelled it. Whatever.
So, next on the list is actually Willow's favorite slasher. This one and was it Henry Warren from
My Bloody Valentine?
Yeah, those are the two for her. What is there to say about Freddy, man? Freddy is funny. Freddy is gruesome. Freddy has a sense of humor. And isn't he a pedophile too?
It depends on who you're asking. He's supposed to be a child molester, yes. But they kind of shy away from that until the remake with the guy who played Rorschach in The Watchmen. In that version, he's supposed. They lean more into the fact he's actually a child molester. Yeah,
right. The first movie is my favorite.
It's most people's.
I also
Dream Warriors is most people's favorite.
I like the first one and the third one, which is Dream Warrior.
It is.
Yeah.
It is
Johnny Depp's film debut.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a good. I mean, it wasn't Kevin Bacon's first in Friday the 13th Part 1?
Yep. All of them get their start in these slasher movies. It's weird.
Jennifer Aniston in Leprechaun. That's another one.
Yeah, now that you bring it up, it's weird how many of them get their starts like.
Freddy, everybody knows him. Wes Craven, a phenomenal director. I think in terms of his importance, is it's like in terms of it being the 84 is when it came out. I think that it in terms of horror in slasher films, it's kind of nice that he's got a sense of humor about it. I mean, it's messed up, but it's like,
This is what we were talking about earlier
yeah,
about how
it's having fun with
the
it.
importance of the slash, like the characters are not having a good time, the slashers having a good time, and you're kind of feeding off of that vicariously, the enjoyment they're getting from it. Freddy also, I think he comes off of like the precipice of when slashers aren't just people and ski masks killing people anymore. It's now they're mascots of horror. They're becoming poster boys, poster child of the new horror slasher craze. This is when they become characters. They're funny. They have personality. There's character there. And when you look at slashers before, even with Michael, there's not a character there. It's wouldn't it be scary if a guy picked up a butcher knife and started killing people? The idea of murder and serial killing is scary on its own, but this is Freddy and Jason when they start kicking off during the '80s. This is when they start to be more interesting.
Freddy versus Jason was good. I don't care who you are.
Who's saying it's not?
I've heard some people talk about it.
Those people are wrong.
I think honestly, I don't think it's Wes Craven's best work.
No, the porno stuff he was doing before was pretty good.
I would have said
Hills Have Eyes.
Yeah, that would be probably my choice for Wes Craven movies.
We'll get the Scream too.
Yeah.
He directed the first 4 of those.
So, where I am gonna put Freddy Krueger. He's gonna be my first A.
Okay.
Freddy Krueger. Freddy Krueger. Yeah, man. You got it.
Okay. I was thinking about this the other day for no inexplicable reason, but I was just like sitting in the bath and thinking about how much it would suck to die by Freddy, probably more so than any of these other killers. Like Freddy turns one girl into a cockroach and then kills her. Like the kills are so over the top and extreme that it's funny. We're laughing at the absurdity of the kills.
Prime time, bitch.
Welcome to prime time. Yeah, and then smashes her again. That's Dream Warriors. Or the scene in the same movie with the guy's walking like a puppet, like his veins are being taken out of his hands, and Freddy's playing with him like a puppet. He makes him jump out the window. It's the kills are so creative, more so than any other series, because it's a dream. There's nothing you can't do,
Right.
which makes him I would say the most interesting slasher.
One of the most dangerous.
He's one of the most dangerous. Well, he's stuck in Springwood, so don't move to Springwood.
Yeah.
Or if you're scared of sharks, just don't get in the water.
Always bringing it back to Jaws.
Always favorite movie, but the kills are the scariest to me of all the other slashers because how he kills you is just brutal. It's just it's hell, man. Like this, the way he kills you, it's like the most brutal stuff you can imagine. But because it's Freddy and he's cracking one-liners and he's funny, it's not that big of a deal. We shrug it off and we laugh at it, but in reality, the way he's killing you, it's pretty messed up. I'm gonna put him in S. You can tell I either really love them or they're mid.
Freddy's bass too.
I mean, yeah, touching kid. Let me not say that. Putting him in S.
So, Jason Voorhees, Friday the 13th, Part 2.
And onward.
And onward, yes. I also uh, like the remake.
It's not bad.
No,
It's a retelling of the first four movies.
I think that's like the best part about it. They just sandwiched it all together and see how long they could go.
Oh yeah, like they did literally the first four movies. They packed it all in, and that's why it feels more like a love letter to the franchise than an actual entry in the franchise. It feels more like a passion project. Like we want to see this character again, and they just kind of redid all. They did a montage sequence of all the best scenes from all the first four movies, and just kind of sandwiched them all together. Um,
What is there to say about Jason Voorhees? He's like, other than Michael, he's the face of horror.
Jason's interesting enough to do just based off physical performances. We probably could do a tier list of all the different Jasons. But real quick, do you have a favorite Jason? You don't have to say an actor name, but just
Part
like
two, because
yeah,
of my fear of scarecrows.
yeah.
He wears a bag on his head.
It's a bit derivative of the town that dreaded sundown.
Yeah.
Of course, that comparison's drawn a lot, but yeah, when we go to Netherworld, you want to shit yourself because there's a few bagheads.
Oh,
That's all it. That's all it took. That whole place is crawling with some of the most frightening animatronics ever devised by man. Some of the greatest special effects, and you're scared of a few fucking scarecrows and some stalks of corn.
I'm sorry, man. I don't. It's
What
a human
happened?
experience, man.
What
You
happened?
never know what happens.
Did a scarecrow touch you as a kid? What
No.
happened?
Uh, what is it? Batman Begins with Chilling Murphy as Scarecrow.
Yeah.
That's what did it.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean I hate him. I
No.
absolutely love Scarecrow.
As a horror fan, you're looking to be horrified, and you're afraid of scarecrows for whatever reason. So yeah, that makes sense. My favorite, first off, my favorite Friday movie is part three, and the one I got was from Walmart. I had these little like hockey mask themed 3D glasses, and I actually really enjoy the special. Like people talk about 80s 3D movies and talk about how like stupid the 3D is and how pointless they are. Like in damn, I'm sorry, Jaws 3D.
I was gonna talk about Jaws 3D.
Yeah,
It's not that bad.
it's not that bad, and also the three it's fun 3D. I don't know, like the scene with the hobo and the eyeball. He's supposed to be the harbinger character because they kill Ralph in two. And he like holds the eyeball up to the camera. Did he have to do that? No. Am I glad he did? Yes. The 3D does enhance the movie, but it's perfectly watchable without it, and it's not distracting to me. And that's also my favorite performance of Jason. Favorite look of Jason is part seven. Do you have a favorite movie and favorite Jason? Yeah, just favorite Friday movie. What's your favorite Friday movie? Part two?
One.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a classic.
One. I really like Jason X.
It's just one extreme to the next.
I like Jason X. Which is the one? Oh, I really like Jason Takes Manhattan. I really like that one.
The people will not stop shitting on it because see,
It's so fun.
we can go back in hindsight and look at it and be like, well, we know he spends like 20 minutes in Vancouver, and that's it because he doesn't go to Manhattan. The whole thing's filmed. They film one scene in Times Square, and you can see they have like a line of people watching them film the movie, and it's very plainly obvious there's a guardrail there stopping all the fans from piling onto the set. But you have like that one scene in Times Square. But if you look at the script, they were planning on going to the fucking Empire State Building. They're gonna go to the Flatiron Building. They're gonna climb to the top of the Statue of Liberty. You know, all these grand plans, but they ended up spending 20 minutes in Vancouver. And the entire movie's on a boat. And people at the time were disappointed that the movie took place 80% of it on a boat, and then the last few minutes they were in Vancouver.
People who were upset with that need to stay away from Smiling Friends. Go to Brazil.
And that's my favorite episode. It's subversion.
You
thought
subversion.
You thought you were getting Jason Takes Manhattan? No, you got Jason Takes a Boat for. It's also really long for no reason.
Yeah.
It's like really
also,
long.
In that one, we learned that it's connected to the ocean.
Why does that not bother me? Lakes are connected to the ocean, and it's in New Jersey. It's on the East Coast. It's not like it's an inland state. Like it's New Jersey. It's on the coast. Camp Crystal Lake and they could do like dredging. Think about it. The series is also really inconsistent with the timeline. So movies will jump from like 20, 30, 40, 50 years in the future between entries. And so it's not unbelievable to me that they started a dredging project and just connected Camp Crystal Lake to the ocean. Why not? Why not? Like, that's not the most unbelievable thing to me. The motherfucker teleports. And you're complaining about the lake being connected to the ocean?
He's a deadite.
Well, that's not revealed till 9. Because the director of that movie was a huge Evil Dead fan and snuck onto the set of Army of Darkness and stole the fucking Kandarian dagger and Necronomicon from the set of Army of Darkness and then brought it to his movie. Like, what did he think he was going to get away with that? It's a plot point that Pamela used the Necronomicon to resurrect Jason as a Deadite.
That's awesome. Honestly, I'm not mad about it at all.
He was trying to create like a horror cinematic universe because even then at the end with Freddy's glove come up, it would be a decade later until we got the payoff of that moment. But to see Freddy's glove come out and grab Jason's mask, he's like, he added Evil Dead and Nightmare on Elm Street to Friday. Give that guy some brownie points, man.
Yeah.
That I like, and then even in Bride of Chucky. In Bride of Chucky, where you have the police locker scene and you got all the memorabilia from different killers, it's like, what happened to that?
I talked about how I want a shot like that if I ever film a short film about the Harbinger experiment.
Of different creepypastas?
Well, with horror movies, like
okay.
To kind of be like not so much like they're on the same level, but it's kind of like I'm a horror fan. You know?
Right, it's just you showing it. Like, again, it's a love letter.
It's a flex.
Yeah. Sure, if that's what you want to call it. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, just like a combination of all your different loves and influences all in one thing. I'm more of I want to create a cinematic universe of different horror movies. And I see that, I'm like, there was something there. That motherfucker had Evil Dead and in Friday the 13th and Nightmare on Elm Street all in the same movie at one time, and no one talks about it because Jason he transports bodies.
If you want to get technical, I think if you want to consider the comics, Michael Myers and Texas Chainsaw Massacre is connected to the Evil Dead series, which would make Friday the 13th, Nightmare on Elm Street, Deadites, and Texas, and Halloween all connected.
I want it to be. I'm still waiting for the slasher cinematic universe to happen, and I'm kind of shocked that it hasn't happened yet.
Honestly,
but who knows with the new Paramount TV show coming out? Who knows? I really hope with all the new projects coming out, I'm glad they settled that legal dispute in court, and hopefully we can get some new Friday stuff. And hopefully it all ties into Evil Dead in the end, because that's all that matters.
Long live Evil Dead.
Remember I was complaining earlier that like I'm sad I can't talk about Evil Dead on the podcast because it's not a slasher movie? Motherfucker. Checkmate. Checkmate. Rate him.
Jason Voorhees, A tier.
Damn, mine's boring. Where do you think he's going, Alex?
S tier.
How'd you know? Popular opinion, I know. All right. Yeah?
We get to talk about my boy now.
You should have saved them for the end.
No, we got.
They run out of steam after this. No one else matters.
No, there's still. I have to talk about Scream after this.
Okay.
Leatherface, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre franchise is my favorite slasher series and slasher period. I think Leatherface is the best slasher, hands down, no contested.
Okay, go.
I love him,
I'm
man.
gonna let you rip. Go.
The original is a perfect grindhouse film if you've ever seen one.
It is the quintessential grindhouse film.
There's 2 points I really like about it. Is that from a certain point of view, Leatherface isn't the bad guy.
No, he's not.
Yeah, there's people on his property, people running in his house, not supposed to be there, and he handles his business like a grown man, like a true American. Also,
It's a stand your ground state.
Texas is a stand your ground state.
Yeah.
Also, call me a pussy if you want, but I love the metaphor that Toby Hooper does with the actual kills and stuff, representing slaughterhouses and how we treat animals in the meat industry.
When he hits the one guy with the hammer, when he falls to the ground, you hear pig squeals.
Yeah.
To make that mental connection.
Oh yeah, definitely wasn't the reason why I stopped eating certain meats, but I do appreciate that kind of thought into it. This is like, when are you gonna, like, especially in the 70s? When are you gonna see some kind of quote unquote propaganda about the meat industry?
Anti-slaughterhouse
Other than
propaganda. Yeah.
There's really nothing else I can really think of at the moment, but also the complicated character of Leatherface is he's mentally handicapped. He has difficulty communicating with his family members. They also treat him like he's just a worker, like he was just there to cut up the meat.
He's a product of his environment.
Yeah.
All the evil he deals on to others inflicted onto him.
Yeah. And it's almost sad, honestly. Like, yeah, you can start losing the pity when he starts cutting people up with a literal chainsaw. But you have someone who's mentally handicapped, who is abused by their family.
Suffers identity crisis.
Yeah.
That's why he wears the different faces.
Wears makeup on some of them.
Because there's no mother figure, so he has to be the mother figure at the table.
Yeah. And there's a lot of mental illness going on with Leatherface that I don't think is as human. Well, honestly, out of the ones we talked about, other than Billy, Leatherface is human, like pure. Like he's not like
he's a purebred. Yeah,
he's a purebred human. Like with Freddy, he came back from the dead.
He's a demon.
Yeah,
a dream demon.
Jason Voorhees is I envision him as a zombie, but
he's always a zombie in my eyes, even before part 6.
Yeah, or a dead. It's still not human.
Right.
Chucky is a human possessing a doll. Billy is human. So him and Leatherface so far. Michael Myers is the embodiment of evil. Victor Crowley is a physical embodiment of, I guess, his hate for.
It's definitely spiritual.
Yeah, it's spiritual.
It's voodoo.
Yeah, and Chrome Skull. I tell you, I watched that movie vividly, and I couldn't give you an answer if he was human or not. He died, but I don't know. I didn't see the sequel. I wanted to.
If there's a sequel, then I think that tells you something.
Anyway, Leatherface is human, and I think that gives a different perspective on the actual killer, because this is a person. Not only is this a person, but this is the first one on the list that is inspired by Ed Gein.
Norman Bates.
The first one on the list.
Oh, yeah.
We'll get to Norman Bates, and we'll get to...
Imagine inspiring 2 major horror icons.
Yeah. It's another reason why I like Leatherface, because I think Ed Gein is probably...
Is he your favorite serial killer?
when you word it like that, it's a little weird.
Yo, Ed Gein's in my S tier, bro.
Honestly,
It's not about numbers.
It's not about numbers. It's about what he did. Man, making people out of furniture.
He's resourceful.
He
makes the most of what he's got.
All right. My closing statements. Leatherface is the best. You got the vegetarianism, activism. You got the difficulty and
horoscopes.
Horoscopes.
Yeah. Have you not read the script?
Yes.
Toby Hooper makes a big deal about like astrology and horoscopes and stuff affecting people, which is an interesting way to go. And also like the symbol that the hitchhiker puts on the side of the van. Again, it deals with like occult imagery. It's dealing with astrology. Yeah, I think that's. I don't know how. I've read the script. I've watched the movie many times, and I have no idea where he was going with that.
Nope. Even as like the biggest Texas fan, yeah. I still don't even know.
Yeah, what that was about. But how I was talking about Child's Play being the most tonally consistent, the most like its canon and its continuity is the most consistent.
My boy has the most complicated, most diverting timelines.
There's
ever.
So many. Literally every movie that comes out is a new movie. It's a new timeline.
So we have the original timeline, quote unquote. Mm-hmm. First movie, Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Then you got Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2. And then that's one timeline. Then you got Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3.
With Vigo, yeah.
And this is where it kind of gets complicated. First started actually getting complicated because some people will have that be one timeline, but also put 4. 1, 3, 4. But then also have 1, 4. And then also sometimes have 2, 1, 2, and 4. Or because they mention the events of Texas 2. It's confusing. But then, oh buddy, later we get the remakes, or you get the prequel to the remake, Texas Chainsaw Massacre: The Beginning, and Texas Chainsaw Massacre: The Remake, which are both phenomenal films. I recommend The Beginning over the full remake of it. The Beginning, the prequel to it, is
those
really
two movies
good.
Together are great back-to-back watches.
It's a double feature that I highly recommend.
It's the best timeline other than the original.
Yeah. Then you have the Leatherface movie, which you didn't like, which you had.
It was like Devil's Rejects shit, and I love the Devil's Rejects, but like it was just. I was talking about this earlier. Mean-spiritedness. The movie is so fucking hateful and just mean, and the stupid red herring twist in the movie. I didn't like it. No bueno.
I loved it. I was a big fan of it, and you can crucify me all you want.
The nails and hammer.
Yep, I'll do it myself. I love this movie.
How do you self-crucify yourself?
Watch me. So Leatherface, the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and Texas Chainsaw 3D, which 3D
makes no sense timeline-wise.
No. Well,
she's still young, but they're using like smartphones and stuff, and it's like modern times, wearing modern clothes, but it's only like 17 years or something like that after the original movie.
So she's like,
let's set it in the 90s.
The horror timelines did a really funny bit because if he's going off of the calendars and the actual dates and the movies and stuff, so she's supposed to be like 40. She's supposed to be 40 in the 3D movie if they were going by the original timeline or anything, but they just tell her that no, she's 20, which
just doesn't work.
Yeah. Do your thing, cuz it's no. That,
when you get rappers to be in your movie, you've lost me.
Yeah.
You lost me.
Yeah, it's. You can't write your character be like a supportive boyfriend and then like literally while they're on vacation, he cheats on her.
180s it.
Yeah. Uh,
Well, hey, at least you're cheering for his death.
yeah.
I guess that's the thing about horror movies. You're either not wanting anybody to die or you want everybody to die.
Yeah.
And by the end of 3D, I even wanted the main girl to die.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Everyone sucks.
Then you have the original Texas Chainsaw, and then you have the one that came out last year or the year before.
On Netflix? Yeah.
On Netflix.
20, is that 2021 or 2022?
2020. Yeah, it was last year. February 18th, 2022 on Netflix. So,
which
I was anticipating. I was waiting for this movie. It's one of the, like, I don't really keep up, honestly, with, like, new horror movies coming out. You're the first one to be like, we should check out this one. We should check out this one. It's not that I don't go out of my way to look for new movies and stuff, but this was in a long time where I'm like, Chandler, we gotta watch this movie.
We marathoned every Texas Chainsaw movie in preparation.
Yeah.
We watched in almost one sitting. We watched. Yeah, we did. Just about. Holy shit! I think we didn't watch the third one with Viggo Mortensen. We may not have watched two. You know, twos other than the first one. My favorite.
You came in later. Me and James watched two, which he enjoyed. Honestly,
it's a fun movie. What really? Because you don't like the tonal shift from the original?
A little bit. It's a
Take
little.
it up with Toby.
I can't anymore. R.I.P.
Or just do what they did in the movie and dig him up. There you
go. The 2022 Texas Chainsaw Massacre sequel is not bad. It's not great, but it's also not mediocre. It's like this sweet spot of like 6 to a 6.5. The kills are good. The story is cohesive. It fits the timeline from the first movie to this movie. But I think the number one thing that bothers me about it, which I wish they did earlier, because it just seems like it's ripping off John Carpenter's new trilogy with Halloween when they bring Sally back from.
Yeah, they're just pulling the Jamie Lee Curtis. But I almost think they're doing this on purpose as like a parody, because she's brought on to be this super badass character who was traumatized by her experience in the original film, just for her to be obliterated the second she actually comes in contact. I think it's a joke.
That's a good point of view on it.
I think it's a joke. The movie itself does a lot of commentary, and personally, I take a lot of it to be almost like a parody of itself. Especially with Sally Hardesty, I really think it's just a joke.
Yeah,
the way she's annihilated so quickly. There's no way they treated that seriously. Even Leatherface in that movie is not Leatherface.
No,
he's more Michael Myers.
He's too smart.
The setting the traps and stuff.
Yeah, he's too smart. That. He's him not being stupid, quote unquote,
is
stupid,
out of character.
Is out of character. Him being smart is out of character. Not to.
I think this is the first time
anybody, but
this is the first time I think I'm the one with the hot take here. The fourth one, New Generation. That's my favorite one.
That is fair. That is honestly fair.
I was shocked because I knew how bad it was, and like everyone who knew about the movie had seen it, just couldn't stop ripping on it. And when I actually watched it, I understood it.
We watched it.
It's a comedy,
just like the first time.
Just like the second one's a comedy. This is a funny movie, and Matthew McConaughey, not his first movie, but it's one of his earlier works. It didn't put him on the map or anything, but it's definitely one of those movies that could have ruined his career, and he gave it his all, as if it was the only performance he'd ever give.
We were talking about it, how it's like, I think he read the script but said fuck it.
And just did his own thing.
Knew what the director wanted him to say, but said it in his own way, rather than verbatim by the script that makes everybody else sound robotic compared compared to him.
It's so silly. Even with the leg and just the way, and he like just by the end of the movie, he is so crazed and so energetic. He becomes the movie. He's the only reason you're watching the movie.
Leatherface really isn't a big point in the movie.
No, and yet Leatherface in that movie is more Leatherface than the Leatherface we got in 3D. It's more Leatherface than the one we got in the Netflix movie. And this is the first one, I would say, since the original where it felt like Leatherface. It felt like a mentally challenged man wearing other people's skin, other people's clothes to become them. And in that movie, he just so happened to be a woman. And people take issue with that, but I'm like, that is entirely in his character.
Yeah.
It's the most Leatherface has been since the first movie, and I stand by that. And also, the inclusion of the Illuminati is awesome.
It's
so out of left field.
They literally show up to just tell the audience what we're already thinking is that what the hell's going on? This is very tame for a Texas movie.
They double down on how ridiculous it is. The movie starts off not serious, but as it goes on, you could tell like the director, the people working on the movie, they all realize, let's just have fun. And as the movie goes on, they let go. And it gets more crazy, more insane. And by the end of it, they just completely give up. And I love that. It's Leatherface is not a consistent character, but the original depiction of Leatherface is the most sympathetic out of anyone in this entire list. He's the only one I would almost categorize as not even a villain. He's a victim. And there's also in the original movie, we're going to keep talking about that one because it's the only one that really matters, I think, when discussing the character.
Yeah.
There's also a theme of capitalism.
Yes.
Because not just is it talking about the meat industry being bad and trying to make that comparison with how we treat animals to Leatherface killing people, but also the reason they have to kill and eat people to begin with is because all the business and all the meat industry itself has just up and left the area. And so you have these people who are desperate and poor and hungry, and the only way to sustain themselves is by killing and eating people.
I know that was in the original, but it's more fleshed out in the prequel and remake.
Yes. It's more upfront.
Yeah. It's so funny. In the remake, they're trying to get to a Leonard Skinner concert. And the fact that they're like, let's just dump the body, man. Let's dump the body. We got front row tickets to Leonard Skinner.
I relate to that.
What? And you know what? If it's the 70s, we got front row tickets to see Leonard Skinner. She's a hitchhiker. Who knows? We'll just drop her and we'll go see Leonard Skinner.
I really hope the concert they went to is the concert that my boss went to. Kelly, who is my old landscaping boss at the music school. I really hope that was the concert they're trying to get to, because the concert that Kelly went to is the same concert where Ronnie came on stage, and before he sang his first song was so drunk he fell off of it. And they had to just leave. They canceled the entire show because Ronnie could not get a single word out of his mouth before he vomited everywhere and fell off stage. I hope that was a concert that they were willing to dump a body for.
But on a positive note, my three, since I've forced you to watch every single one of them. My three are the original Texas Chainsaw, Texas Chainsaw Massacre: The Beginning, and Texas Chainsaw: The Remake.
Very good options. I'm gonna backtrack a little bit and say the original is my favorite, then two, and then I'm gonna say New Beginnings with Matthew McConaughey.
That's also fair. It's yeah.
No, excuse me, New Generation.
New Generation, yeah.
Excuse me.
So, also a funny note to end this on. The third Texas Chainsaw Massacre movie is called Leatherface.
I love the whole Excalibur thing they do. Did you see all the marketing?
Yes, yeah.
With the Lady of the Lake thing they did with the chainsaw?
Yeah.
Oh. Also, the sheriff from Part 2 is one of my favorite characters in horror ever.
You not just one, but two chainsaws.
Oh, his dual-wielding chainsaw. Bring it all down! Bring Oh my god, I love that guy. When he goes into the chainsaw store and is like picking out his chainsaw, it's just so much fun. I love it.
The reporter
Love that
from
guy.
2 is in
New Generation. No? Which one is it?
3. She was in 3.
3. Okay.
She's in 3, but it's a different character. Different.
Right.
That's the successful timeline. Where
Yes.
So the successful timeline is after the events,
so convoluted.
So her timeline, the good timeline starts in 3, where she's the journalist, and then it's funny how this is the good timeline, but the good timeline is that she's a successful journalist in the 3rd one, but dies in the Hatchet film. I believe it's the 2nd one.
Mm-hmm.
The bad timeline is the 2nd Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and then I can't help you with this one. It's one of the Sharknado movies. She's there with people named like Chop Top or Bubba, working at a chainsaw store in Texas.
It's very on the nose.
Yeah, it is. I think it's a good note.
I love how your entire source for this franchise is movie timelines. I mean, both personal experience, but like this extra information because of movie timelines.
Shout out to our boy.
Yeah, he wants to come on the podcast. Come on.
Yeah,
I'll pay you.
Movie timelines. We've talked about Ryan
Hollinger, Windigoon.
Yeah. Next. No, I don't think we talked about Nexpo.
He can come on too. Let's get Nexpo, Windigoon, Ryan Hollinger. Who else can we get? Get the lady who played Stretch. We'll get her on here too.
Yeah.
Fuck it.
So, in conclusion, Leatherface is S tier.
A.
A? Okay.
And the only reason he's not S is because he's the only one I sympathize with. And in order to be a true horror slasher in my mind, I have to be scared of you. And yes, he's one of the scariest, but he's also the most human. And because of that, I'm going to put him in A.
Okay.
The fact that he's not as bad as the others, I'm going to rank him lower. And there we go. Who's next?
We are talking about the Scream series. Ghostface.
Of course, there's a lot of different ghost faces, and
we're going to talk about the concept of Ghostface.
Which the way you've been talking about it, I don't get the impression that he's up there for you. It's a great costume design. You can't deny that.
No, I won't deny that the concept of the movie is good.
Mm-hmm.
The actors are great. The twist in the first one is good. But I guess I'm that asshole again. That
you look like Billy Loomis.
It's too pretentious. It's so far up its own ass, knowing exactly what it's doing, and it won because I'm pissed. You know, it's one of those things.
Feel something?
Yeah. It's not that. No, I'm not saying that it's a bad film, or film series. All I'm saying is the concept of Ghostface, in the '90s, slashers were starting to come out of the limelight and everything. We were getting different kinds of horror, but to kind of just parody it, and it's not a jab at Wes Craven. I think he did a really good job with the film, the concept, and the shooting, the cinematography, the special effects, the acting, the comedy. It's a very competent movie. I would say is honestly the first one is a 7.5 out of 10. But again, I think it's a pretentious film in what they're trying to achieve. And I'm just gonna let myself be mad about it, because if I don't express the fact that it makes me mad by being so up its own ass about trying to be a parody of slasher films and making fun of slasher films before Scary Movie, there's just no point in for me to even have an opinion about it because I'd rather let the movie win because it's a solid movie than just be butthurt in silence. You know?
Right.
So I choose to be the asshole on this one.
You choose to be the asshole a lot. With the layers of meta, like, think about this for example. Here's an example of meta for you. Billy Loomis. Who do you think he's named after? Just take a wild guess. Donald Pleasance is Dr. Loomis.
Yeah.
But something I bet you didn't know is that Dr. Loomis from Halloween is named after Dr. Sam Loomis from Psycho.
Wow.
That's 3 layers of meta right there. So it's a reference to a reference to a reference. It's crazy. And the whole movie plays on the meta aspect because at this point, again, with the Randy character, it's just like it's the Rick and Morty of horror films because it knows what it is, and it's like we're being clever and we're being smart by pointing out what we're doing. We're self-aware, and if we're self-aware, then we're genius. And I think it works for the first movie, and for the others, I think they're all fine. I like 2, I like 3, I like 4. 5 was the first one where I'm like, you didn't do anything new. They're making fun of the fact that there's so many like requels these days where the name of the movie's not even Scream 5, it's just Scream again. Because it's just a play on the fact that you have the new Halloween movie come out. You have all these movies come out where they're like requels to the original. But I'm like, okay, so what? That doesn't do anything. It doesn't advance anything. And the concept of Ghostface is scary because anyone can do it.
Yeah.
It's people who were fans of horror movies wanting to act out their own horror fantasy, and because they're not separating fact from fiction. And I think it is interesting because when the movie comes out, it's before Columbine and stuff like that happens. But you could say, in a way, they're connected. You know what I mean? Like not being able to separate the entertainment we consume, the media we consume, from reality.
They definitely got more people to get caller ID.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's easy to be a ghost face.
Yeah.
Maybe not a successful one, but anyone can put on the mask. Anybody can pick up a knife. Anybody can get the voice changer. It brings it down to ground level where your friends could be this person. And like how you're saying it's a human experience. Yeah. I love horror movies so much, I want to create one. And instead of picking up a camera and being a director, you just make up your own. Or how about Roman from the third movie, who his name's clearly a play on Roman Polanski, but he wants to create the Stab series, which the Stab series itself is a movie within a movie about the movie you're watching, and he wants to direct the Stab series. I believe they're on Stab 3 in the third movie, and in order to promote the Stab films, he goes and kills a bunch of people so they can create more Stab movies. Because they're making the movies based off the murders happening in Scream. So if he goes and kills more people, he can create a movie out of his own murder spree. Like the last broadcast with David Lee, creating a documentary about his own killing spree. It's the same energy.
That rhymed.
I wasn't going to say anything, but yeah, I did.
Not a rapper.
No.
I have
Hit me up on SoundCloud.
I have nothing more to say about Scream. Do you have any more parting notes?
Do you have a favorite Ghostface?
Shaggy.
High five. That's weird. Hell yeah, man. Who just got signed on to a 3-movie deal at Blumhouse for 3 Five Nights at Freddy's movies. I'm excited. I'm so excited.
I'm excited. Honestly.
I just can't hide it. Woo! Okay,
yeah, man.
Where you putting Ghostface?
C. Yeah.
Put him in A.
Originally, I was gonna put him in D.
Wow.
But after like before, like, because I've been marinating on this since we started doing the list because it's the only one on this list that I feel a certain type of way about.
There's
Honestly,
more than you can
it's
say about like any of these. Yeah.
you know, and honestly, other than Chrome's Skull, my complaint about Ghostface isn't even a complaint. Honestly, at its core, it's more of how I interpreted the film.
You're just a nitpicky little bitch. That's what you are.
So,
Dude, that Wes Craven guy can't film for shit.
oh yeah.
Gets out of the directing game.
So now we have a newer one. We have the new Art the Clown, the phenomenon. We saw Terrifier 2 in theaters, and it was great. It was so good, man. So good.
Has it occurred to you, having seen it in theaters, that like this is a movie that in the last decade would not have been a theatrical release?
No.
You got movies like Skinamarink, you got movies like Terrifier, and then we're gonna see the Outwaters next week, which I haven't heard anyone discuss. But a bunch of low budget independent horror movies. They're really blowing up these days.
We're going to be the first ones to report on it.
Probably. We'll do a review of the Outwaters after we see it.
In great detail. In great detail.
I'm just excited for the genre and upcoming filmmakers, because movies like Terrifier would have been a home release, or that would have gone straight to streaming, like Shudder or something. But to have not just a theatrical run, but a successful run, and to blow up, as you said, as a phenomenon where no one can shut up about it. It's the craze. It's the talk of the town. Victor Crowley never blew up like this. Of course, that was before the social media age that we live in now, where everything's connected and it's so much easier for things to gain traction, and just word of mouth. But,
I would. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I honestly would compare it to Scream, in the sense that at that point, slashers were kind of quote unquote dead. And when Scream came along, Ghostface became a big slasher. Like, even though that the genre was dead, I think that art is doing the same thing in the 2020s.
Not just for horror, but specifically slasher movies.
Yeah.
And not just slasher movies, but slasher movies that pride themselves on practical effects.
Mm-hmm.
Practical effects, it's been concerning me, the lack of practical effects in movies recently. And the only way to get them, it seems, is in these low-budget indie horrors. Because all the big names, all the big wigs, they don't want to do practical. And I don't know why. It's all the rage to do CGI. You look at the 2011 remake of John Carpenter's The Thing, which is kind of more of a prequel, but people call it a remake. All CGI, completely making a mockery of the practical effect work done in the original. Just spits in it.
It wasn't the original.
I knew you were gonna say some shit. John Carpenter's The Thing.
Okay.
Not the 50s one.
That's so good. It's so good, man.
No, it is. It is.
It came from outer space.
Also, talk about meta. The fact that
from outer space.
in Halloween they're watching The Thing on TV, and then John Carpenter makes a remake of The Thing.
I want to correct myself. It's a thing from another world. I have it on
the
shelf.
You're nitpicking yourself now. Everyone knows what you're talking about.
Okay. Art the Clown.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't seen Hallows Eve, but it's honestly not really connected.
Not losing anything.
It also has a different actor.
Different actor, yeah.
First Terrifier. Really solid. Really, really to the point. There's no scene that's unnecessary. And I think that, for me personally, I see that in both of them. And I know you disagree with me for the second one.
No, I disagree with you for the first one. The first one has a lot of needless padding, and I don't want to compare it to Skinamarink, but there's like a lot of needless filler in the shots that go on for too long. It don't really contribute or add anything, and every character is just cannon fodder. They're added to the movie for the explicit purpose of being killed, which is true for every horror movie, but the illusion of it is convincing us that they're not just fodder, but they're actual characters with a purpose in the plot. And the first Terrifier, I appreciate not as a movie, but as the groundwork being laid for the sequel.
Yes.
It's the testing ground for his directing ability and his writing ability and his ability for, most importantly, the special effects, the practical work. All that stuff, that's what Terrifier 1's about. It's a showcase, it's like an expo of his capabilities.
It's Evil Dead.
It's Within the Woods and then Evil Dead. How Within the Woods was the prototype for Sam Raimi's later work. That's more so what it is. It's him just testing the waters to see what he's actually capable of,
Right.
so he can pitch it and sell it.
When you say that the scenes drag on, for me, it's tension. That's what it builds for me personally, in my experience in watching the Terrifier film.
It's fair.
It's quiet. There's not much actual music in it. Like how John Carpenter will have scores and everything. I really like the quiet films. They don't have much sound to them. Just like
I agree.
Heck in Skidmarink, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's not much
There's
sound.
like the only music is from the TV playing
Yeah.
old cartoons.
Yeah. I really, that builds, for me, builds the most tension. Silence builds the most tension.
I agree.
Not suspenseful music, not any kind of triggering sounds. I think silence builds the best tension for me, and that's what Terrifier, the first one for me, is about tension in like the game of cat and mouse. Well, I think with Terrifier 2 is more of a traditional slasher, going door to door, walking down the street, just going and getting everybody like Michael.
It's balls to the walls. I describe Terrifier 2 as epic.
Yeah.
It's much grander in scale, and the first one is just the promise of things to come.
Mm-hmm.
And when I say it's slower, I mean like there's no plot. So when I see scenes that last a little longer than usual, you could say it's a movie drenched in atmosphere, and it absolutely is. And it feels like Halloween. It's a movie you want to put on during Halloween. And I love the scene in the pizzeria. There's not a second of that I think is wasted. In fact, the fact that there's no music helps, because when you see Art just like grinning and looking at her from across the way, there's no musical cue. There's no jump scare. It's just scary. Because there's just a guy sitting there watching him with this creepy shit-eating grin on his face, and it probably is shit-eating.
Yeah.
I wouldn't doubt it, especially when he comes out the bathroom and he drew his name and shit on the wall.
Speaking of a smile, I told you a few weeks ago that we haven't talked about it yet, but I have very strange dreams, and it involves people I know in situations that are very funny. Like they're not like weird in the sense that like awkward or anything. It's more so of, this is a really strange situation.
The
Like,
situation itself is weird, but no one's out of character.
yeah, no, like I'll tell one real quick,
Yeah,
and then this is my Joe Biden dream. My
Completely
famous
apolitical.
You'll understand why it is. So, me, James, and Joe Biden are in the Oval Office, and I'm like, "Hey, can I smoke in here?" And he's like, "Nobody can smoke cigarettes in here but me." And then James proceeds to just take out a cigarette and light it. And Joe Biden gets so mad, like, "You're in my office, you're gonna disrespect me like that." And then I woke up. But
it's a quickie.
Yeah, it's these quick. Another quick one is driving down the highway in an 18-wheeler with the windows down, blaring Freebird. And there's no fear of like, oh my God, I don't know how to drive an 18-wheeler. It's like, oh my God, this is kick ass.
Why are you having my dreams? That's my dream, damn it.
But in particular, the dream I had a while ago is, so in this bar, people just start breaking out in song, like it's a musical, and they're so distracted singing, I just loot the bar. Like I'm grabbing all the Jack Daniels, the Jimmy Bean, the tequilas, the 800, everything, man. And I make it back to the house, and I'm like, man, this is real nice. And then I set everything down and I just look over at the window and Art the Clown is just opening it with and leaning in with his smile. And I'm like, I don't want to have this dream. It's like one of those, like, from the very beginning, I was like, I know I'm dreaming, just like with all the other ones. But I'm like, I don't want to do this. No.
Even in the dream, I'd be scared of him.
Yeah.
It's like in Terrifier 2, you have the whole Clown Cafe hallucination dream sequence.
Yeah.
And he's just as scary in that as he is in reality. So
yeah, and luckily my girlfriend's alarm went off and she woke me up. Yeah, she saved me. But all in all, Art the Clown is still fresh. I think.
I just like to say, he needs time to marinate.
I really like him. I think he's doing a lot of good for slashers, not just for slashers, but practical effects horror in general. So it might be controversial, but he's right behind my boy Leatherface in S tier.
Holy shit!
Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow, Wubsy.
I enjoy Art the Clown more than Freddy Krueger or Jason Voorhees. And the two movies that he provided, the special effects alone sell me.
It's
so
amazing
much.
How much character he has without ever uttering a single word.
Yeah.
Just David's performance as Art is so just dynamic and just full of energy. He expresses so much through his facial expressions. Are you willing to hand him the crown so early of being
He's
up there?
Yeah. When we saw Terrifier 2, I told you.
You like this? You hand him the crown?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's top 5 for me.
That's impressive. There's entire film series out there that don't achieve this level of notoriety with their slashers, and I don't want to attribute it all to the design, but Art is one of the only slashers that are frightening to look at. He's not fun to look at.
No.
He's very eerie looking, and I think that helps for sure. So you put him in S?
Yeah.
I'm gonna put him. I don't know if I want to hand him the title just yet. I'm gonna put him in A. Art the Clown. All right.
So
keep the train rolling. Keep on keeping on, as the Brady Bunch likes to say.
The Toolbox Murders, 1978.
Mm-hmm.
Or
78.
78, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
I don't know. This one kind of bothers me a little bit. You want to know why?
Why is that, Chandler?
So the name of the movie, it really reminds me of a real life murder. Do you know the Toolbox Killers?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it
right in the mic.
Yeah.
Damn it, James.
No, this one's that girl I've been talking to.
Good. Yeah, hell yeah, man.
Yeah,
there you go.
Yeah. I think she canceled the date. All right. So the Toolbox Killers are Lawrence Bittaker and Roy Norris, and they only kill 5+ people. So again, it's not a stat game. It's not a number game. But the brutality of their kills, man, it's. I remember being in Cherokee, North Carolina, and while my parents were at the casino gambling away all their life earnings in their 401k, I'm in the room reading about the Toolbox Killers, as you do. And now the crime spree they committed was after the movie was released. It was between June 24th and October 31st, 1979. That's a good time to stop, I guess. And they used the recordings that they took of their victims, and they used that in training the FBI to desensitize them.
Yeah.
And it's one of those lost media kind of things, because the only recording we have of those audio tapes that they took is from the court, from the trial that was being held. And a news crew, right when the door opened so jury members could leave because they were so disgusted by the sounds, they would flee in absolute panic from the courtroom, get away from these sounds. And the journalist or the reporter was able to pick up the sounds on the camera very briefly. It's only a few seconds, but it's the only recording of the recording that we have. And so No, these things are not connected whatsoever. This movie came out a year before the murders took place, and yet somehow I can't separate that in my mind just based off the title alone. It's like that. It kind of bothers me just reading about it, just how evil they were. But I will say, what I'll give this guy, you can't say he's not creative.
No.
He's not resourceful. And I get at the end of the day, what else do you need a slasher to be? You have to strike a delicate balance to be a good slasher in my eyes. Like Art the Clown, I think it really just check marks all those boxes because not just is Art creative with his kills, but his design's great. And the Toolbox Killer, his arsenal is very good, but his design is lackluster, and I really don't think it's anything to write home about, personally.
I like the kills. I like the
yeah.
brutality of it. I like the senselessness of it, and I like even when the motive is provided, it's not a good motive. It's a pretty basic ass motive.
Yeah. The motive is a lot of these slashers don't have great motives. It's an excuse for the plot to happen.
Yeah.
And that's fine. That's what Michael Myers doesn't have. He's up there in the top echelon, sure. But the Toolbox Killer, just for his design alone, I'm gonna have to knock him down a few pegs.
Yeah, Ski Mask is pretty boring.
But the arsenal, I think, evens it out a bit, and I think I want to put him kind of somewhere in the middle. So I'm going to rank the Toolbox Killer in C, which is not the middle, but it's not D or F.
Right. I would put them in the same area.
Yeah. They have some overlap. So yeah, put them in C.
Somebody was making peanut butter sandwiches.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Finish what you're doing.
Yeah, go ahead.
You're on the spotlight. Go ahead.
I didn't make any peanut butter sandwiches. I was eating this jar of peanut butter.
What'd you do with the bread?
Don't ask questions you don't want to know.
She went in raw.
Okay. Toolbox Killer, C.
Yeah, I have him in C.
Another top 5 for me. My Bloody Valentine, Henry Warren.
What? Henry, man, he's got a great design.
Yeah.
A miner and a pickaxe. Again, I was saying this earlier, but how it's kind of silly, the very idea of a miner walking around with a pickaxe killing people. So I'm suspending my disbelief a little bit. Not that it's implausible, no, but it's a little silly. You know, it's little
fun.
It's fun. Yeah, it's fun. It's a little silly. So Henry's brutal, man. He's scary. He's a scary guy.
He slacks in the remake. I mean, but it's
yeah.
the guy from Supernatural. But.
Yeah, so go figure.
But
you like him way more than I do. I can appreciate his design, and I love the movie he appears in. It's just gritty. It's grimy and gritty, and it's like Texas Chainsaw. It just feels dirty.
Yes,
it's a dirty movie.
Yes. Bad girl.
Mm.
I love the practical effects. I love the story. I love everything about the film. I really don't think I have a complaint about it, honestly. I wouldn't say it's a perfect movie, but on the spot right now, I can't think of a single complaint I have about the movie.
Me neither.
It's one of my favorites, not because of any kind of kill in it, but I think it's interesting that it's one of the few that take place on Valentine's Day.
There's a few, but this is like the one.
The one, right? You got Black Christmas or Silent Night, Deadly Night for Christmas. You got I know of a New Year's one. You got an April Fool's one. You got a St. Patrick's one. If you really want to stretch it with Leprechaun.
Yeah.
I mean, we watched it last year.
Yeah, but if you're gonna watch a slasher movie on Valentine's Day, this is the one.
It's the one. Me and Will, we're watching both on the 14th.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's not a good Valentine's Day movie, but it's a good Valentine's Day slasher movie.
It was her idea.
Where are you putting your boy Henry?
S.
Wow. You have an interesting S already. Like, you're not throwing anybody off by putting Leatherface in there, but you might throw someone off by putting Henry in there.
I don't know. Again, it's another slasher I enjoy more than Freddy and Jason.
I feel the same way about him that I do Billy from Black Christmas and Victor Crowley from Hatchet. My pencil's giving me trouble. Can I borrow your pen, the one you're chewing on?
Yeah, here you go.
It's just covered. It's drenched in slobber. Oh my god! Not even like a sensual slobber. It's got teeth marks in it.
I like the little teeth.
Yeah, you're a biter. Huh. Let's see. Again, learning way too much about you.
Anyway,
Put
I got him in S.
in B.
You're putting him in B?
Yep. I like the guy well enough. Great design, great kills, great movie, but there's just not enough of them. And that's a darn tootin' shame. There needs to be more. The remake, but
Well, let's go make it.
why, if we go to Italy, we can make any damn thing we want. We can make a sequel to anything we want. Do the copyright law still hold in Italy?
I don't know if they can make literally
Dawn of the Dead 2 and call it Zombie.
Yeah.
And then make sequels to Zombie.
Yeah.
Make it even more confusing.
Yes. Before we go off even more on that tangent about the stupid zombie films, where there's like 18 of them. Hellraiser.
Oh boy.
In this particular one, we're gonna address Pinhead in Hellraiser and Pinhead in Hellraiser from the Hulu remake.
They're different, but the one from the remake, the Hulu remake, is more true and accurate to Clive Barker's original vision for the character. So
She's hot.
Oh my god.
She's hot.
Smoking, bro.
Yeah.
I developed quite a few fetishes while watching Hellraiser.
They're already there, my guy. The design is so good, man. It's scary. It's a scary, not like, even like, I don't think he's the scariest Cenobite, but in terms of, he's the guy.
Chatterer's pretty scary.
Yeah.
I guess, but Pinhead, Doug's performance as Pinhead is like, there's been other people in the series who portrayed the character, but when it's not Doug, he lacks the presence. Doug just brings a presence to the character, and the way he delivers the lines, and the lines he has written for him are just very.
What sights I have to show you?
That is the best line, or
something along those lines.
Don't cry. That's a waste of good suffering.
Yeah.
You know, something to that effect.
I'm not going to elaborate why I identify with the statement, but so like I forget the exact word that they say in the Hulu remake, but I think it's very profound in terms of sexuality. One person's pain is another person's pleasure, basically. Pain and pleasure are so intertwined with each other, and I don't think it doesn't get the I guess notoriety or respect, and I think that it's
popular exposure.
Yeah. Instead of it being taboo, it's right there. That there's more than just what Alex would say, the old in and out. There's more to it than just that. There's different connections you can have, different experiences you can have that give those same pleasures that aren't necessarily the in and out.
And that's what Cenobites are. They're explorers in the deepest reaches of experience.
Yes.
That's their whole thing. And the great thing about the Cenobites and Pinhead is they're not villains.
No.
Well, in some of the sequels, like 2 and 3, they take on a more villainous role, but they're not. And their role is kind of iffy between sequels, but for the most part, they're portrayed as just explorers in the furthest reaches of experience. They crave sensation, and part of that is pleasure and pain, and they become one. And Clive is kind of a kinky guy. He was into BDSM and stuff, and also a gay guy, but that doesn't really relate to the themes. It's very universal.
Really doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter, but he's a very
The
themes are very sexual in nature. They are.
just like with Frankenstein director, right?
Yeah, James Whale.
It's nice for representation and being able to not putting anybody of anything down. It's really nice to see that it's not just one type of person producing great horror. Anybody can. Anybody from any background can produce really good movies.
I think homosexuality, particularly directors who are homosexual, make really great body horror movies
Yeah.
because it's the feeling of not being in one's own skin. You feel like you're out of place in your own body. And movies like Frankenstein, movies like Hellraiser, and this is my own personal theory from what I know. I think the Outwaters might even dabble in that because Robbie Banfitch is also a gay man, and I think there's also going to be elements of body horror in that pertain to. That's all I'm going to say.
I love body horror.
Yeah, so Hellraiser is a body horror movie. And all their bodies are contorted and transfigured into different designs, and they kind of get goofy, especially the guy that like throws CDs out of his head or whatever, laser disc, whatever they are. That's a bit silly.
Laser disc.
That's for that regular show episode. Remember that? And how many kids had exposure to what a Betamax tape was because of regular show?
Yeah. I couldn't think of it. They had Saturday the 14th on Betamax when we went to the Days of the Dead.
That was insane.
Yeah.
We saw Saturday the 14th on Betamax.
Yeah.
And it took us 2 days because I think we forgot what a Betamax tape was.
Yeah, we knew what it was.
Yeah, but we forget the name for it. And like in the dead of night, I was just like, I woke up in a cold sweat. I'm like, Betamax. But yeah, Pinhead is Doug Bradley is Pinhead. Without his performance, the character lacks any of that. And I've used this word a number of times already, but he lacks punch. You got anything more to say about Pinhead, old Penny boy?
Other than my little rant about the taboo subjects and everything that they tackle in the movie and how they really understand the actual topics and delivering what the message they want to give, and that's why this movie has my respect and a lot of that's why I love this movie too.
Pinhead is not the villain of the film. Mankind's desire, an unquenchable appetite for pleasure and experience and sensation, and it's our vices. Those are the real demons. God, I'm so fucking pretentious. I even have a pipe I have a pipe right here. I am the most pretentious prick you'll ever meet. Yeah.
At least you didn't fuck your brother's husband.
I thought you were personally talking to me, like, what the hell are you? Oh yeah.
Yeah,
the Hellraiser. That's right.
Yeah,
that's what we're talking about.
Hellraiser.
Yeah. It doesn't help. They're all bound and clad in leather.
Yeah,
it doesn't help either. God, yeah. The new one though was
a little too much. Too much.
You think it was too much?
No, not too much in the sense of like over sexual or over or going against my own image of Pinhead in terms of like it was a little distracting.
Oh, how hot she was?
Yeah, a little bit.
I love what they did with Leviathan.
Yeah,
because Leviathan's barely
didn't show up until like the third movie, right?
I believe he's in 2. And I think that's it. I could be wrong. But he shows up. I know it shows up in 2. Leviathan, like the concept is cool. The king of chaos, the lord of darkness, the king of the labyrinth, the lord of the labyrinth, or whatever. That's cool. It looks cool, and they took it a step further and made it a real tangible entity in the Hulu movie.
Kind of makes it less Lovecraftian though, when we can actually visualize it.
You still don't really. Honestly, the ending scene with the guy being transformed into a Cenobite was very religious. It felt like a religious experience. He was going into the light, and I don't know. It still retained those Lovecraftian vibes to me. And I'm a sucker for cosmic horror,
I
and
love cosmic horror.
especially they kind of intersect sometimes, but cosmic horror and body horror. And Hellraiser is the combination of both worlds.
Yeah.
Um,
Cosmic horror also aligns with sci-fi horror. So
the Hellraiser series was also kind of like a money laundering scheme, almost like the Amityville sequels. They just want to retain the rights, and they keep pumping these movies out just to retain the rights, but they don't.
how many are there, man?
Hellraisers?
Yeah.
Look it up. My guess, I think we're on 9. What's your guess?
I'm saying 11.
You know what? You're probably right. I think you are right. Is it 11?
I'm looking now.
That's my guess is that you're right. I'm hedging my bets on you.
Come on. So. I am right. There's 11.
Yeah, very good job.
I was dead on, man.
Very good.
Um,
You're a little proud of yourself.
a little bit. I pulled that out of my ass. I just know there's a shit ton of them because Tubi has like 7 of them. Hulu has 3 of them. They're all over the place.
Most of them are just not worth watching. They're just not. The first one, again, certified hood classic. Can't go wrong. 2 is pretty good. 3, you have the church scene where he kind of makes a mockery of Christ, and then you have my favorite scene from the third movie is the club scene where he traps everybody in the club, and chains that come out of the walls, and just like I think in that one scene, Pinhead gets a higher body count than any other slasher on this list. In one scene, I think he just takes out like hundreds of people.
We talked about it after Terrifier 2
Actually,
that how Art the Clown had a pretty high body count considering how normal slashers body counts are.
yeah, he had a pretty high one. Also, we didn't talk about the alley kill with Art the Clown. That was the only scene. We didn't have to, but like that one scene was the only scene where in a long time where slasher made me feel anything. But yeah, I think other than maybe like the Collector with his scene in the club, I think Pinhead probably has the highest body count on this list. Personally, where are you gonna rank him?
Pinhead for me, A tier.
I'm kind of shocking myself here. Wow, this feels like heresy. This is like blasphemous. I'm putting Pinhead in B.
Wow.
Yeah, I didn't expect that. It's just that's where my hand went, and it felt natural, felt right.
So, next on the list, Psycho. The original
Norman.
Psycho. Norman Bates. Not talking about the show. Talking about the sequels that may or may not have at least one good sequel.
They're all good.
We're talking about the original.
Okay. Bates Motel is also disconnected.
Really?
I thought it was like a prequel, but then by the end of the show, it kind of throws a wrench in it being connected. It's like they all die. So yeah, it's not connected. Or Norman dies in that, so it's not connected to the film series. Just the first movie in a bottle.
Yeah.
I don't picture it as a slasher movie. I'll give it. Look, Alfred Hitchcock has balls, massive cojones. We know that he took a big gamble with killing off the lead actress the first half of the film. At the time, that was a big deal because no one else had ever done anything like that with their lead actress.
Jamie Lee Curtis's mother?
It is. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, another little pat on your back. Yeah, and it was Jamie Lee Curtis's mother, the
Yeah.
Scream Queen herself.
Yes, I think there can
Revolutionary
be
as a
a
film.
slasher in a non-horror film. I think, like you said, it's definitely more of a thriller, kind of like a mystery thriller, trying to figure out what's going on and everything. I would still say he's a slasher. I don't think he's the first honest slasher. I think that it's kind of like going back to music. It's like Metallica invented thrash metal, but like a year before, like 2 years before Exodus put on a demo tape that was literally the first thrash metal recorded. You know, but I would say that I would say that he's a slasher.
I would say the first slasher movie is probably.
I would say it's Black Christmas.
There's two. One of which is a 1931 German movie directed by Fritz Lang. M is it's in German, but it's a slasher movie. It follows the exploits of a serial killer, and just because it's in black and white on the during right when they become talkies in 1931. I mean, I classify it as a slasher movie. So, and then the second one's another Alfred Hitchcock piece called Dial M for Murder. And it's 1954. Again, I kind of lump those in together. But this one, yes, he's a slasher. And why I hesitate to say that, because I feel like saying that word almost devalues it.
He's more than just a slasher.
He's way more complicated as a human being. And the only Ed Gein part, the only influence by Ed Gein on this film is the mother aspect, the obsession with the mother and wearing the mother's clothes. Except I think Ed Gein wore a little bit more than just the clothes. I think he wore her skin.
Just like Billy Boy in Silence of the Lambs.
Oh, that Billy Boy, yeah.
Yeah, not Black Christmas Billy Boy. We're talking about Silence of the Lambs Billy Boy.
Yeah, well, he's not on the list, even though he's more of a traditional slasher than Hannibal is.
To be honest, did he kill anybody on camera in Scream?
Not on camera.
Yeah.
No. We see the aftermath of his crimes and all, but I don't think we actually see him kill anybody.
Right.
And also, when we get to that, that's a big thing where he feels out of place in his own body and he kills women and uses their parts on his own body.
Make a woman suit.
Yeah, to make a woman suit, yeah. Would you fuck me? I'd fuck me. But Norman.
Norman Bates.
Norman the North. What are you gonna give him?
Shut up!
Get out of my head, man! Get out of my head!
Get out of my head, man! Get out of my head! I'll put him in C.
Okay. I'm conflicted.
Yes. Comment how wrong I was so we can get some
traction.
Yes. Anything. Tell us how bad.
Like bad publicity, still publicity, yeah.
Nonetheless.
Okay, so this is tough. Why is this tough? I'll put it B. I'll put him in B. All right, moving on.
Saw. Jigsaw.
This one's tough. You know why it's tough? Jigsaw dies in 3. How many movies? Are there like 9 Saw movies?
I have all of them.
No, 10. It's 10 with the inclusion.
With Spirals.
With Spiral, yeah, with Chris Rock. Is it Chris Rock?
Yes.
Chris Rock. Okay. Making sure.
I'm more than confident that it's Chris Rock.
Yeah. So
we'll talk about the first 3 movies then.
I mean, we don't. Let's just talk about the character of Jigsaw, because we're not talking about Amanda. We're not talking about any of his quote unquote disciples, his followers, just Jigsaw and the concept of him. I don't view him as a slasher. I think he's a vigilante. Now, you could say taking drug addicts or people who did very minor offenses and crimes and then subjecting them to the worst forms of torture is a bit overkill. I'd agree with you, but I think his followers taking an extra step to keep his plan going, which is kind of ridiculous how much foresight and pre-planning Jigsaw really did. Excuse me, John Kramer. If we're going to use his actual name.
His government name.
Yeah. His God-given name.
You gonna give him out the address too?
The actor is Tobin Bell.
All right, let's stop it there. Let's stop it there.
It was birthday.
I actually really enjoy the first Saw movie.
James Wan's original movie.
Yeah, I think it's a phenomenal horror film. I think it's more than just torture porn.
Oh yeah.
I think that it actually provides a story, a good twist, conflict, makes you think.
It's a thinking man's horror movie.
Yeah. God damn it, man.
It is, though. It is. The moral quandaries it presents to the viewer. Because you know why John Kramer is doing what he's doing.
Yeah.
It's because some guy hit his pregnant wife's belly and killed the kid, and his wife dies, and he has cancer, and it's just like a pity party. It's so sad. Like this guy's life just isn't going right for him, and he wants other people to appreciate the life that they have by killing them. By robbing them of the choice to change.
Right. It's been a while, but I've seen every single one except for Spiral.
Damn, you've seen even 5 and 6?
Yeah.
Wow.
I've seen all of them except for Spiral.
Remember I was complaining about Book of Shadows editing? That's how I feel about some of the Saw movies.
Yeah.
The story is so engaging, and I like the characters. I'm engaged with what's happening on the screen, but I don't want to look at the screen because of the editing. This is why it gets a bad rap. Because the actual story of Saw is very good.
Very convoluted.
Yeah, it's like Five Nights at Freddy's level of lore and backtracking and just circling around itself and chasing its own tail. And it's pretty silly, but the story's good.
Zoomers be damned. We're gonna find a way to talk about that on the podcast. I'd love to talk about it
when it comes out.
Yeah, in the movie, yeah. I think you're right in a way that he's a vigilante, but I think that
a misguided vigilante.
The thing is, his original concepts of the traps aren't impossible. They're not supposed to be impossible. They're not supposed to be unsolvable.
They become unsolvable. Some of them are quite literally impossible traps.
And they were done by the underlings and screwed everything up. That ruins the whole kind of thing that he was trying to do. But I think in terms of horror, in a total, there's always been that kind of level. With Grindhouse films, you got that gruesome grittiness and over amounts of special effects, blood and gore. But I think, I'm obviously going to get corrected, but in terms of my first introduction to torture porn films, I think it's, at least for the first film, I think it's not the right term to use.
No.
But that's definitely the movie that kicked it off.
It undervalues, all the movies that it sparked and influenced it into torture porn. They took aspects from Saw. They took the torture aspect and made that the whole movie. The first Saw is a mystery thriller.
Yeah.
It's a crime thriller. And yeah, the method of torture and death by John Kramer is severe and definitely worthy of slasher title. I don't know. The story is above what most slashers ever achieve, and the movies that come after only take the torture aspect from it, the killing aspect, and they don't take what makes that first movie so special, the writing, the mystery, and they just throw all that out the window and substitute for something far less valuable. I think.
You know, because of it, we get movies like Hostel.
Which I'm fine with.
Yeah, Serbian film.
I want to talk about a Serbian film, but not right now.
There's
a lot to unpack there.
Let me just watch it, and then we'll talk about it.
I don't think you want to, but
I kind of do, but
okay.
it is what it is. All in all, I think Jigsaw, or the concept of Jigsaw, is really, really cool. In terms of a horror film, I think Saw is and should still be up there as one of the greats. For me personally, I think it should be up there for the storytelling. There's tension. It's not quite scary, but the tension and suspense, like a real old school Alfred Hitchcock kind of tension film. But all in all, where I'm going to put Jigsaw is B tier.
I'm going to throw that sucker up in... I'm surprised how tough this is. Okay. A.
Wow. Above Pinhead?
Yeah. I like Jigsaw more.
Okay.
This is a character, as a concept. I enjoy Jigsaw. He's a very complex, very complicated guy, and that makes him interesting. I hate that they kill him in movie 3.
Man, it makes cancer, dog.
It makes
can't help it.
That's why it's so convoluted. That's why it's so convoluted, because they kill him so early. You're like, shit, we got to pump this out every year. Because they did, ever since 2004, they came out with... It's hard to believe it only came out in 2004. Think about, the cultural splash it's made.
Yeah.
And how it defined an entire era of movies. For better or worse, it became the staple, the hallmark film of the early 2000s. And it's crazy that it's only from 2004. But yeah, they just had to keep pumping them out until the early 2010s. And then, of course, it fell off for a little bit there. But the fact that they just kept coming out with them. They're like, fuck, our lead's dead. The main villain's dead. And then they decided, then they had to bring Gordon back for the last one. It's like, it's
a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot. And that's kind of why it's so much fun. Because it's the most story-driven of all these series. Yeah. I would say.
The timeline holds up
pretty
sense. Well.
Yeah.
Pretty well. There's a few hiccups, but all in all, it does hold together.
3 and 4 is happening concurrently at the same time.
Yeah.
The timeline in Saw is fun to look at and to play around with. It's it's one of the most consistent series on this list, because Hellraiser makes no damn sense. At least, no, a lot of these don't make any sense. But
we have Silence of the Lambs next.
We're not talking about Buffalo Bill. We are going to talk about Hannibal.
We can put Bill on another list
some other time. Yeah. There's more. There's a lot of slashers.
We didn't even talk about all the massacre movies.
There's so many.
But I think, staying on that little tangent there, we did pick. I picked Toolbox because it's kind of like the placeholder for all those films. I think that was my favorite out of the schlock, just run of the mill.
Well, I remember being 3 years old and looking at the VHS cover of Slumber Party and just being like, oh my god, it's girls and they're not fully clothed. And I'd stare at it for hours before chickening out and not putting it in.
Right. Silence of the Lambs. Hannibal Lecter. What is there to say? Honestly,
a lot. You could write entire dissertations on his psyche, but you don't want to. Do you want to talk about Red Dragon and the show at all?
No, okay. I want to keep it currently Silence of the Lambs because I think that's probably the best
I mean, it is.
Yeah. Representation of Hannibal Lecter. I think that, yeah. I'll eat your liver with some fava beans and a Chianti.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah. It's so long time since
No,
I've seen that movie.
that's the quote. Good job.
Yeah. It's one of the, to me, it's one of the best horror movies ever made. I've been saying that for, I think I said that for another one of these. Like the one we just saw, I think is one of the best. A grand scheme of when I say one of the best, I think it's a good solid top 15. I think honestly, Silence of the Lambs is on that list.
I didn't know how high it was for you.
Yeah, I mean,
You started talking about it. I never knew.
It was one of my introductions for horror films. I talked about it episode 2.
Yeah, you did. It wasn't until then I didn't know.
Yeah. Silence of the Lambs is pretty high up for me. As I said, Frankenstein and Silence of the Lambs were my introduction for horror.
It's a gateway drug.
Yeah. They're drastically different films, but I like Frankenstein more. But it's you got concept with Frankenstein and you've got artistry with Silence of the Lambs. It's a very complicated film. There's a lot of technical stuff. There's a lot of writing, special shots. It's good special effects. Honestly, like the subtle makeup that they do for Hannibal, the bodies they find by killed by Buffalo Bill and stuff. The pacing is really good. But we're not here to review the movie. We're here to talk about Hannibal Lecter.
Parts of it, again, it's one of those movies that kind of intersects with thriller territory.
Yeah.
It is full on horror.
Yeah.
But the movie tricks you into thinking it's a thriller. And it's not. Because the concepts that it plays with is the horror. Buffalo Bill kills people, but that's not the scary part. Hannibal is the scariest part of the movie, and he's behind a cell the entire time. How is it possible that a guy who's behind a cell for most of the movie is the leading factor in the movie's scares? Isn't that impressive?
That is very impressive.
Like, not just from Anthony Hopkins' performance as Hannibal, but from a writing perspective, how you make this guy the scariest thing in the movie. You got a guy who's chopping up women, putting moth larvae in their mouth, and cutting up their body parts and wearing it, and yet he's not the scariest guy in the movie.
No.
Hannibal has such a again, just like with Pinhead, he has such a presence that even when he's not on screen, he is being felt.
Yeah.
And he doesn't kill too many people in that first movie. He kills the two cops. He takes one of their faces and he wears it.
That's such a good.
How no one notices that.
No.
And as a fan of Leatherface, I know you love that scene.
Oh my god.
But how no one noticed that he was just wearing the guy's face is beyond me. But just you can write essays on the guy. He's so interesting. Why he does what he does, and he's the one guy on this list I want to sit down and have a drink with and talk like art with.
Yeah.
You can have a conversation, you can negotiate with him, but at the end of the day, he loves the taste of human flesh. Can you blame the guy?
It's supposed to taste like pork.
That's what they say. Only one way to find out.
All right, I'm gonna put him in 18.
Oh shit. I don't know. Put him in. I'm gonna put him in S.
Really?
I feel that highly about him. Yeah.
Okay.
Like, yeah, the mask he wears is iconic and everything,
Yeah.
but just like him as a character, I have my pins out again.
Is parodied to death.
Yeah.
Yeah, in one of the sequels for one of the slashes on here, they make a reference. We'll get to it.
Did you ever see Cats and Dogs 2, Revenge of Kitty Galore? Did you ever see that? I saw that shit in theaters, dude.
I didn't.
And they did it.
I'm sorry.
The villain from the first Cats and Dogs movie, he's in the second one. He's in Alcatraz. He's doing the whole Hannibal Lecter thing. It's great. You won't understand. I had that game on DS, not 3DS. I had it on 2DS, dude.
This is why you're the host. We love you, man. God, this is some quality content for the podcast.
I'm so sorry.
I wish I had it for the DS, Chandler. Do you still have it? You still have it?
I sold it to GameStop.
Oh, you.
I'm sorry. I bought it off the GameStop. I got like 2 cents off of it. Goddamn GameStop. I gave them 30 games one time. I got like $10.
Oh.
I don't even know what I gave it away for. I think I gave it away for Peter Jackson's King Kong, a game I had beaten 5 times before, and I couldn't get enough. Every time I returned it, I'd buy it again. And I sold all my games for it. Oh, Hannibal's S tier.
What about Pamela Voorhees?
Okay, so the actress that played her, she didn't love the role.
No.
At the time, she grew to love it because of the fan response, and she was used to playing motherly characters in shows and movies beforehand, and it carries over to this movie because it's showing a side of motherhood that you don't get to see represented a lot. The willingness to fight and kill like a mother bear, claws and fangs and all, to take revenge for something you love and have it be a mother. Now, from a writing and storytelling perspective, the reveal that it's her fucking sucks. I love the first Friday the 13th for the atmosphere and the sense of doom it provides, as Ralph would say. But I think it's silly that she's the killer because, there's no build-up for it. Because the movie frames itself as like a murder mystery, but it never pays off. Because you're like, oh, is it this guy? Is it this guy? Oh, is it Crazy Ralph? It's some woman you've never met. At the last, literally in the last 15 minutes of the movie, Pamela comes out there. And first off, you don't even know her name's Pamela until Jason lives. Until the 6th movie is it revealed what Jason's mother's name is.
That's awesome.
But yeah, so you don't even know her fucking name. She comes out of the woods and it's like, who? So no, the impact is gone. It's not there because she's just from a story perspective, she just comes out of nowhere. But the character, the one that we do get, storytelling aside, even though I'm a stickler for that stuff, she's very relatable. And you sympathize with her reasoning, even though it doesn't make any sense. But her willingness to kill people for the death of her son is very tragic. And you can tell she's suffering from some disorder because she's talking for Jason. She's talking in his voice. And it's a trauma she can't get over. And that's interesting. I really do think that she's interesting. Go ahead.
I like the kills. Kevin Bacon, man.
Spear through the neck.
Yeah.
The actual, how Tom Savini did that. His work is so good in that movie.
It's so good.
Is that your favorite kill?
Yeah. Okay. Kevin Bacon. I know it's basic, but that's my favorite.
Poor Ned, man. You didn't even see Ned get killed. He just shows up later while they're having sex, and he's on the top bunk with his throat slit. You never see it happen.
No.
Poor Ned. Sorry. Ain't no crazy people around here. So I'm quoting Ned. Go ahead. I'm not
R.I.P. Ned.
I'm not crazy.
Where are you putting Pamela?
I'm gonna put old Pammy V in. Put her in B. Because she's not on screen for very long, but I think the actress does a phenomenal job of what she's given, even though story-wise I think it's stupid. But I like her. She's great. You want more of her, and if a character leaves you wanting more, that's a success. That's an absolute win in my book.
See,
all right,
a little middle of the road.
Illuminate.
When I got Chucky, Billy, Michael Myers, and Jigsaw, it just doesn't feel right with putting her in B. Over Victor Crowley or Ghostface.
Yeah, these characters have established movies, a long-running series, and she's in 15 minutes of the first film.
She doesn't deserve to be in Chrome Skull. Right next to Chrome Skull, she deserves better.
Fair enough.
So,
fair enough.
We get to talk about a Full Moon Pictures movie now.
Yes! About time, Charles Band. He needs to get on the podcast. That's one of my heroes.
Ginger Dead Man. It has 3 movies.
Oh yeah, sorry guys if you interpreted me saying Charles Band as the slasher. I mean, he probably is. Who knows? Probably got hookers out back. But I'm gonna say Ginger Dead Man. There's not much to say other than he's a Chucky ripoff. Pretty blatantly so. The whole transfer of the soul into the dough, and even the second movie, Passion of the Crust. Excuse me, what do they call it? Bakery of Blood in some releases.
Yeah.
They even do rip off Child's Play 2. Like the blood gets into the batter and whatever. It's very much just Chucky, but somehow even more crass and vulgar. I'd say he's way more crass and vulgar than Chucky is.
He's based.
He's a Sigma male, and because of that,
we were doing slashers, and I wanted to pick something from Full Moon Pictures.
you have to. And it wasn't gonna be the evil Bong because she doesn't kill anybody.
No,
Not in the first movie, anyways. And it's not gonna be Puppet Master. I mean, you could have picked what's his name, Slash, which is the white puppet with the hook.
yeah,
Yeah.
but it's more like they were never a person. So
Right. So they're inanimate objects brought to life with Egyptian magic, but you didn't get that far.
I knew that, but it's in terms of lore, I know a lot about Puppet Master, but I only watched the first movie. I thought it was really boring, but we don't have to go into it.
Look, Charles Band was just wetting his feet.
Dude,
he did the plunge.
Dolls, before he'd start, the movie Dolls is better than Puppet Master.
Speaking of Charles Band, we're gonna get to the character from Tourist Trap, and he worked on that film.
Yeah,
it was one of the first movies that Charles Band ever worked on. But Ginger Dead Man is one of his more popular properties, and of course, Ginger Dead Man crosses over the evil Bong quite a lot. Honestly, probably more so than the Bong itself shows up. And even then, the Ginger Dead Man does his own Hannibal impression.
Yeah, in Saturday Night Fever.
It's 3, right?
Yeah, it's not called Saturday Night Fever, but it's some pun. But
they're all puns.
I think I'm gonna put the Ginger Dead Man with Chrome Stall.
That's fair. Yeah, I feel like
it's not like the first movie isn't great because they take themselves serious. They don't take themselves seriously. The second one, they take it less seriously and they have fun with it, and it's actually a pretty enjoyable film. The second one, the third film.
Oh, you feel a certain way about it.
So they started out with the Hannibal Lecter joke. So he's in prison at a bakery prison of criminally insane tarts and stuff. And then he was able to break out because animal rights activists break in thinking that they're all animals. And then at the same facility that they hold the criminally insane bakery items, there are a couple of dudes working on a time machine.
So much happened in the first 10 minutes of that movie.
Then the Ginger Dead Man takes the teleporter to 70s disco ring, and then it kind of just turns into Carrie.
Why is that like the perfect explanation of that film? Like, no, you're not wrong. That's the Alex Jones syndrome. Everything you just said is correct, but the way you said it makes people not want to believe you. What you just said is 100% on the nose correct.
So I would recommend to watch the Ginger Dead Man, the first one, just to get a concept of what we mean by you shoot yourself in the foot by taking it too seriously. Like approaching the film that this is a serious horror film. Then we have a gingerbread man as the killer, and you take it very seriously. And you shoot yourself in the foot. But I will recommend Passion of the Crust.
They fucking crucify him.
Don't spoil it.
Oh, sorry.
Oh my god! So that's
It's
like
in
probably
the
the
title.
best scene. these puppets for this film. It takes place on a film set, so these other puppets get brought to life, including one that's a dildo. Um, they get brought to life, and they literally crucify the ginger dead man. Literally
light his ass on fire.
They nail him to the cross and burn him alive.
Shoot him with a fucking machine gun, dude.
Yeah.
The movie's worth it just for that scene alone.
It's a fun one. I had a good time with the sequel.
It's amazing when the movie just lets go and have fun. It's far more enjoyable. Because the first one is trying it's a ripoff of Child's Play to a T. At least with the concept, and they don't make fun of themselves or poke fun or have any self-awareness about the fact it's a gingerbread movie. Even the movie Jack Frost, which is a parody of Child's Play, his name, the murderer, is literally named Jack Frost, and he gets turned into a fucking snowman and goes around killing people and then rapes a woman in the shower. It's, all in good fun.
With a carrot.
With this carrot nose.
It's not as bad as my boy Leatherface, Bubba in 2 with the chainsaw.
It's not that bad.
It's not as bad as everybody says, but I think it's funny to mention it. I'm surprised we didn't. Yeah. We didn't mention it in the when we were talking about Leatherface, but
how do we not mention the chainsaw rape scene? How do you talk about Leatherface and not mention that scene? It's a given. The Ginger Dead Man, however, he is a rapey character, but as far as I know, he doesn't sexually assault anybody.
No, he just masturbates in the corner. You're watching what's going on.
He does it a lot, like in the strip club in Evil Bong.
Yeah.
What you said?
That's a sentence. That's a sentence.
I'm about the cream. God. Oh my God. We're
gonna leave that one at the door.
Excuse me. Yeah. Let me.
Yeah. We're gonna go back to a more serious one. I know what you did last summer.
Ben Willis, and not the actor. Excuse me, Bruce Willis. When I was growing up, I thought Bruce Willis in the movie was supposed to be Bruce Willis, and I was super confused.
I liked Die Hard is a Christmas movie. I don't care what anybody says. That's the hell I'm dying on. But Willis, our boy over here,
the fisherman.
That's when we come up with an idea. When you dream, anyway, when we sometimes after we record, we know exactly what we're gonna do for the next episode. I texted this man what was it, Wednesday? I was like, this is the idea. We're doing slashers. We're doing
no problem with. I still wanted to talk conspiracies very briefly, but then when you hit me up the slashers idea, I want this to be a 4-hour episode, and I think we beat that criteria.
Yeah,
I think so.
Especially it was when we were supposed to record last weekend. That Thursday, I told you we're doing slashers. Usually, we give ourselves more time to kind of if we need to watch more movies, if we need to listen or do more research.
We've seen all this stuff.
The only one I had to rewatch is watch was Sleepaway Camp.
And Laid to Rest.
Yeah. But I only bring that up because on Discord he texted me. We were on the phone talking about it, and then he texted me the list he came up with. And instead of "I know what you did last summer" or the guy's actual name, he just says "The Fisherman." And I knew exactly what he's talking about.
Yeah, I didn't even have to say I know what you did last summer. That's what I'm saying. That's why I was completely on board for the slasher idea, because we know all these guys.
Yeah.
We could talk. We're already running over 4 hours, and yet we could talk for days about some of this stuff.
I could have kept going about Leatherface.
Yeah, I feel like we're rushing almost. We're not giving this stuff enough time to breathe.
For me, it's just the funnest, easiest, kind of quick horror films to just watch. Let's just put a slasher film on. But Toolbox Killer, just put it on, whatever. Black Christmas, just put it on, or even just rewatching Halloween. Let's just put it back. Let's put it on.
Background noise.
Yeah, it's just we know most of these guys more than we know other actual like genres of film.
I know these guys better than I know actual people.
Yeah, I definitely know more about Leatherface as a character in horror more than I know about any action movie series or anything. And I don't know anything about Fast and Furious. I barely know anything about James Bond.
Rambo.
Yeah, no. Action movies aren't my thing.
Yeah.
But
more people die in them, but it's not as personable as a knife in the gut.
Yeah. Going back on topic, our Fisher boy, Fisher Price,
motherfucker.
Leonard dies in this movie.
Yeah. Jack Black dies in 3. I'll always know what you did last summer.
Yeah, we're gonna stick with the first one when we have Daphne and Velma, or Daphne and Fred. We got Daphne, Fred, Leonard, and
It's all part of the cinematic universe.
Yeah. It's connected to Scooby Doo 2000 or whatever, whatever it was. Anyway, I like the concept of a vengeful, like, I didn't die and I'm gonna hunt you down kind of concept behind it. It's the costumes are really nice. He's an actual fisherman. He's got the hat and the fish hooks and stuff. It's a really, really fun. I really enjoy this particular film. Not so much the sequels, but we're talking about the first one now.
I like the sequels, but it's a very well-made slasher movie, and it's a Hallmark film. I mean, no, it's not a Hallmark film, but it's a landmark film.
Yeah.
In the same vein that Scream reinvigorated slashers in the 90s, this one did play a part. It's one of the big ones.
I do want to point out the fact that they could have just called the police. The guy ran out in front of their car. It's nighttime. How are they supposed to know that the man was going to run out in front of their car? They could have just called the police and it would have been fine.
There's a bunch of scared teenagers.
Scared teenagers who just dump a man's body in the river.
They were drinking. I mean, they were scared of something coming back like that. Maybe they're scared of DUI. They'd rather throw a man in the water than get a DUI
or manslaughter. Because they failed the test. It would be vehicular manslaughter because they were under it's not only a DUI but a vehicular manslaughter. But
their license would have been revoked. So I mean, it's what he's supposed to do in this circumstance.
Damn, you don't.
Yeah. So
let's dump the body, just like Texas Chainsaw remake. Let's go see Leonard Skinner.
Yeah, fuck it. It's the same energy.
All in all, it's fun. It's got some good practical effects. I think we're recycling what we're saying because I mean, all of these are.
I mean, I could talk more about it, but we got more on this list. We gotta hurry up and get through. We don't want to waste any more of your time.
We got some ones maybe people haven't seen. So I would put Fisherman in B.
Yeah. Agreed. Also, I'm not putting them in order chronologically because a lot of people have like the top S and the bottom S be completely. They're just all categorized in the same group.
My S is in order, but I mean I only have 3. So.
Okay, Ben Willis.
So, Angela Baker from Sleepaway Camp.
Fascinating character.
I loved this movie. It was my first time watching it last 2 nights ago because when we started this, it was yesterday. Now it's today. That's how long we've been recording this for.
It's so late it's tomorrow.
Yeah, it's so late it's almost early, as you like to say.
Yeah.
Angela. It was like even knowing the twist at the end of the movie, it's still fun. It's still fun watching, and it's like, how is it her?
Yeah.
I guess that's the best way to explain it. It's fun. It's also as we talked about in the beginning, it's almost wholesome. It's a
It's
wholesome
a
kind of-
childlike innocence to the whole movie.
yeah, and not to double down on what I said, but I'm gonna double down on what I said.
Not to do this, but to do this.
Yeah, Paul. I was really banking on Paul and Angela, man. I don't know.
You ship them?
Yeah, I ship them.
Ship them hard?
Yeah, but that bitch Judy.
God damn it. That whore. That skank. Fucking bitch had it coming.
Yeah. All in all, doesn't matter if you've seen it. Doesn't matter if you haven't seen it. Go watch or go rewatch Sleepaway Camp. Shit's a hood classic. Now,
Certified.
I would put Angela in A. I'm gonna put Angela in A.
Okay. I don't know though. That dick alone has me wanting to put her in S, but I'm gonna put her in B. No. C. Put her in C. Which tells you a lot how I feel about these characters because
Right.
I still really like her.
So we will be moving on. I put Angela in A and you put her in C, right?
Yeah.
So we'll be starting with Tourist Trap with
Oh, Slauson?
yeah.
Mr. Slauson?
It's kind of like House of Wax a little bit, but it's interesting. I definitely like the mystery. It's a big mystery, and it's so crazy. The opening scene alone is just so quick, so aggressively violent.
It's so out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's like the opening credits are still rolling. You killed like 3 people.
Yeah. This is one of Charles Band's, as we said earlier, this is one of Charles Band's first movies, and he's just really got to think like dolls and shit. I don't know why, but the movie frames itself in the very beginning as a supernatural movie, and then as you learn, it's not supernatural at all. But when you watch that first scene, I'm still in awe how he did the things he was doing, even with practical techniques and methods. I have no idea how this guy was able to do all that with like strings and puppets and whatnot. I'm like, how'd you even do that? So whatever. But the movie drags in the middle for me. I think so. It gets a bit slow, but I'm never not interested. And the movie's not really about the who. To me, it's more about the why. Why is he doing the things he is doing? And when you watch House of Wax and a bunch of movies that come out after this, not to say they're doing the same thing or retreading old ground, but this movie's the first one to have that motivation and to have this particular type of character do what he's doing. And movies come out afterwards and do just about the same thing, but he's an interesting case study. Again, I think the most interesting slashers are the ones that have a sympathetic motive or one that's based in real human emotion. And his is one that he's doing terrible things, but you almost understand why. And do you feel any other particular way about it?
Props are so good in this movie.
Mm-hmm.
We're
Set
treading over
design.
old ground, but practical effects great. The characters are actually not annoying.
Which is rare in these
Yeah.
kind of pictures.
Yeah, it's fun. It's exciting. I kind of get the same enjoyment as when I watch the stuff. It's just fun.
Yeah.
It's a fun horror movie. Really enjoy it, and you're very enthralled in the story and the world that they're building.
Yeah, don't be me. Don't be pretentious and try to dissect it like a fucking high school frog in biology class. Just enjoy it for what it is.
It's fun.
Yeah, that's it.
So I'm gonna put him in C. If we were ranking the movies, it would be in A for me. But we're doing the actual killer.
Okie dokie. Artichoke. Who's next?
So
Who's next on the hit list?
This is the surprise one, and just we put it on here because it seems like we just can't avoid talking about this particular movie.
It's fate.
It's fun, and it's so weird that this is the movie that just is just like a running gag because we talked about it literally every episode so far.
Not even meaning to.
No.
Last broadcast, David Lee, who I've already mentioned, as a bit of foreshadowing. Yeah, his reappearance, who thought it would be so soon? David Lee, the documentarian killer from the last broadcast.
I was suggested to put him on the list. I honestly...
Let's just keep the gag. I don't even know how we're going to keep it running. I'm going to fit him in somehow in every episode for the funsies.
Yeah, just how many until somebody
loses their mind.
Yeah, I'm going to put him in... I'll put him in C.
This is the most exposure this movie and this character have gotten ever. This is our thing. All right.
The best part is, like, I would consider last broadcast top 15.
No. But to quote David Lee himself, we've become part of the story.
And yeah, we're gonna move to Italy and make the sequel.
Yeah.
Who's gonna stop us? Not them.
Not
David
not
Lee.
the non-existent copyright laws.
Yeah. So, and it's kind of a joke and not a joke because it's like it fits.
He kills people.
Yeah. So I thought that would be fun or funny for a good bit. Now, The Collector. This is a great film. This is probably up there as one of the best on this list. Personally, I think it out of the 20 whatever, I think it's top 10. Honestly, I really enjoyed this movie when I first saw it. And even reading more about it, it being like it was originally pitched as a prequel, a prequel.
It was, and the Collector wasn't even supposed to be Jigsaw. John Kramer was supposed to be a child in the house when the Collector was invading, and it got shelved, and that didn't happen. But what we got, people in the horror community are always looking for the next icon, and of course, right now it's Art the Clown. But when this movie came out, people were so willing to give the Collector the crown, and it didn't quite happen. But the Collector is just on a power trip, dude. This guy is one of the smartest people. He knows it. He's a great engineer, and he doesn't have any other motive than just he's on a power trip, and he just wants to fuck with his family. But the actual traps and kills that we get in the movie are brutal.
Special effects, man. Practical effects,
goes
man.
a long way.
The props, the location,
the face, the design of the Collector himself.
It's interesting, like how, like, not to discredit other films in the same vein, but it's really cool that a one location film can be this good.
There's a few other locations. I think they're in a bowling alley for like a few minutes, but yeah, this is like the entire movie takes place in this one house. Yeah, and you get to become very familiar with the layout of it, because just like Arkin, the lead protagonist of the movie, who's phenomenal as a male lead in a movie, a horror movie no less. You don't care that he's going in there with quote unquote malicious intent. There's worse.
Stealing.
It reminds you that first off, he's stealing for his daughter. He's stealing for a reason you can sympathize with. But yeah, there's worse evils than robbery.
Yeah,
there's actual evil in the world, and this guy is not one of them.
No. So it adds more to his character when he actually cares about what's going on with the actual family or the quote unquote daughter and everything. Or
well,
not quote unquote, but you know.
He's doing it for his daughter, stealing the money, but this family has a daughter too. And he did connect with her earlier in the movie, as creepy as it may have been. But he cares. He wants to take care of his family, and here's a family that's being destroyed, and he does everything he can to try and save this family. Now it does kind of bother me that there's this plot point in the beginning about his wife like being on a time limit. His family's on a time limit, like they're going to be killed if he doesn't provide this money. And by the end of the movie, he doesn't. He gets collected. His ass gets straight up collected, and then he shows up again in the second movie.
I didn't see the second movie because I had to pay for it.
Yeah, yeah.
So freaking cheap, man.
Yeah. So Arkin doesn't provide the money.
Yeah.
So what happened to his family? Guess we'll never know. But my favorite part at the end of the the second movie. You haven't seen it, so I'm not gonna spoil it. I'm not gonna spoil it. Never mind. I was gonna say something about the second film. Let's just keep it on the first. Where you rating?
Honestly, B. I really enjoyed this movie. That's how high I would put him.
I concur. I second that notion. Put his ass in B, where he belongs.
So let's go down the list.
All right.
You start with your S tier, then I'll say my S tier. You'll say your A, and then I'll say my A, and so on.
Well, first off, are any of these a shock to you? Have you learned something about yourself? Or this is
Angela,
yeah,
Freddie and Jason, because it's like I've always saw them as like basic choices for slashers and stuff.
they're the face of the genre.
Yeah, but generally, it's surprising that how low I have Michael. Honestly,
I'm not surprised. When we watched the new Halloween movie, you weren't very happy with it. My S tier: Chucky, Michael, Freddy, Jason, and Hannibal. I feel like that's the response you're gonna get from a lot of people. There's nothing interesting and exciting about my S. Yours?
Leatherface, Art the Clown, Henry Warden.
I think the only one that people might turn their head at is Henry Warden, because a lot of people, even horror fans, might be like, "Who the fuck is Henry Warden?" Like you say, the miner from My Bloody Valentine. Like, oh yeah, that guy. Yeah. Doesn't quite get the recognition he deserves, but yeah, there's nothing too outlandish about that. My A is Leatherface, Ghostface, Art, and Jigsaw.
My A is Freddy Krueger, Jason Voorhees, Pinhead, Hannibal Lecter, and Angela Baker.
Very good. It's funny to me. It took us 4 hours
Yeah.
to get through this.
Yeah.
We have a lot to say about this stuff. It's important to us. My B, we got Billy from Black Christmas, Victor Crowley, Henry Warden, Pinhead. I put Norm, and I keep thinking Norm in the North. Norman Bates, Pamela Voorhees, Ben Willis, and the Collector. I thought I'd be way more lenient on some of these guys, but what's your B?
Chucky, Billy, Michael Myers, Jigsaw, Ben Willis, and the Collector.
Huh. Our B is very, very similar. C.
Except Chucky, Michael Myers.
Except that's something out there, yeah. That's some heads on a swivel. C is Chrome Skull, Toolbox, Ginger Deadman, Angela, Mr. Slauson, and David Lee.
My C is Victor Crowley, Ghostface, Toolbox Killer, Norman Bates, Pamela Voorhees, Mr. Shaw, and David Lee.
No, I don't have a D or an F, but you have a D?
I do have a D.
What's your D?
Chrome Skull and Ginger Deadman. Don't get me wrong. I was talking shit earlier about the accents and how I hated all the characters, but I still enjoyed myself watching Laid to Rest.
Of course. It's hard to not enjoy a slasher movie even when it's bad, because most of them are. And as you can see by my list, I don't dislike anybody on here. I enjoyed my time. Like, this is just fun. Like, this is an excuse to watch these movies and to talk about them in a long form format. And hopefully we made up for our absence last week. I think we did.
Yeah, honestly, sorry about that.
Yeah, my bad, folks. Oops.
Whoopsie.
Oops, Daisy.
But I think we recorded a little more than just a double episode.
I think we've well made up for it.
Yeah, I mean, we're definitely gonna stick with long form, but I don't know if each episode is gonna be over 4 hours.
This is longer than Gone with the Wind. This is longer than. It's okay. It's not longer than the extended version of Return of the King, but it's almost there. All right, folks. I think that's gonna do it for this episode. I know we're tired. The sun's about to come up here in a little bit, so
We're gonna get it to you as soon as possible. We're gonna go over what we got, and should be up for you sometime tomorrow or Tuesday. Like we say, we want to try to keep it on Mondays or Mondays. Today is Monday. Tomorrow's Tuesday. I don't know why I said it like that. We're gonna get up today. All right. We love you guys.
that's our cue to go to bed.
Yeah. When we start yelling at you guys.
Like they did something wrong.
Yeah.
All right, guys. We love you. Thank you for watching all the way through.
Putting up with us.
Yeah,
and
and our
my
shenanigans.
terrible choices of slashers. I'm not sorry about putting Leatherface in S tier.
Sorry, but not sorry. I don't know. I think we have some interesting ones on here that other people may not have chosen for their list. But that's going to do it, folks. We love you. Thank you for stopping on by, and we'll see you next week.
Peace.
Bye-bye.